Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The Arena of Valor Asian Games version Honor of Kings event will span a total of 6 days, from June 27 to July 2nd. Out of the 5 regions in Asia, South Asia, and West Asia will merge to form a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete individually. Each region will host its own regional competitions. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The Southeast Asia region is composed of 7 teams, namely the Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Feel the heat in this tropical region and witness the passion rise to a fever pitch. The call to battle has been sounded. Which team will rise above the rest and embark on the journey to the Asian Games? There is only one way to find out.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia sits at the crossroads between Asia and Oceania, the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Hot and humid weather accompanies the lush tropical forest here. As with the tropical climate in Southeast Asia, the fervor of the local residents is also reflected in esports. So, when you see them dancing and singing for the victory, join them in celebration. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, teams from the Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam will compete in the Arena Valor Asian Games version event. The Laos People's Democratic Republic is known for its fine silverware and accessories, including its silk weaving industry. Their players have displayed the same finesse and excellence in gaming skills on their route to the regionals. In Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia's capital, the Petronas Twin Towers dominate the skyline. They will serve as a backdrop for Malaysian players when they top the event. Myanmar is renowned for producing exquisite jades that are known as the King's Jades. These jades, often referred to as Eastern treasures, have garnered fame worldwide. We look forward to seeing the players from Myanmar shine just as brightly as these jades in the competition. While the Philippines is known for its beautiful beaches and tropical fruits, its unique and diverse culture is reflected in all its people, and we'll definitely be seeing it on the stage. The mythical Merlion grants Singaporean players strength and perseverance throughout this tournament. Thailand is blessed with an abundance of juicy tropical fruits and docile elephants, but watch out! Thai players are not as docile as these elephants in the game. Vietnam is famous for its motorcycles and coffee, exactly why this country's players bring an extra burst of thrill and energy to the game. We hope Southeast Asian players demonstrate enthusiasm and energy at the 2022 RDAG Regionals and form friendships with others while having fun.
They try to prioritize their farming lanes a lot, and Team Nepal again after 4 minutes they try to initiate, they miss the ultimate, but since we will try to ultimate in and winning his play to take down this Zhongzhou, and now he's trying to take another kill there, now aiming at Xiaodun. Xiaodun tried to break his ultimate and he survived from it. Combined with this Zhongyan, even got a quadra.
Walking around like he does not care. Walks in extremely deep. Megumi with the stun. The HD is going to be taken down. Good control by Megumi. Xiaolin comes in with the combo and they take a 1-0 trade plus the turret.
Team Thailand will be really hard.
Oh, look at that. Moss comes in. He's going to control a couple of them, but it's going to be Dronto that's going to purify. That's going to be Slayer, the one that's going to have a target on his back. Zane is going to be taken down.
That was crazy. Summer again for his highlights.
Yeah, I think so. Oh,
Great
something
announcement.
happened. Something happened in the river, but Fuzi is getting killed. It's getting very, very low because Yuji is very high in the personal damage. Double take down the long two. But you know they are trying to get further double kills as well. Goes to Lu who adds an ace.
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe is a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the truth and make a sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now, you choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. This singer era tie by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together to fighting the truth and make the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. It's more than you know and the truth that we know. We're waking up, going forward together, fighting the truth and in the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. We'll explore the unknown and the truth that we know. We're waking up. The sound.
“累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. I'm your caster for today, Isaac Peña.
Hello guys, I'm your caster for today, Tianyun Gao.
Remember that this competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, let's say thank you to our prestigious sponsor, Audi Q4 e-tron strong support for RDAG tournament. Special thanks to iQOO11, the official mobile game equipment of the RDAG. The professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
Thank you to official supporter Omen, New Omen 16, you journey to Roads to Asian Games 2022. Thank you to official supporter Outofall, Outofall M6, official gaming chair, partner of the Roads to Asian Games. Be your own hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for their support. At the same time, we would like also to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Videos, channels, Tencent Videos, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys for your support. We wouldn't be here without you. And since we are here, this is going to be day 3 of our competition.
How time flies.
Yeah, time flies. And yesterday we had amazing games. And today we're going to bring you a lot more action. Let's remember yesterday in our last games, Team Philippines won 2-0 against Team Vietnam. And in the second stage, Team Thailand and Team Myanmar 1-2 to Team Myanmar.
That's the very first time we saw a 1-2 in a BO3. And look at the Southeast Asia region. We'll have the ranking right now for today, right? Before everything started for today, after 2 days of the matchups. And right now we're looking at Team Malaysia running at the very first places.
Yeah.
Ooh.
4 games, 4 wins for Team Malaysia. Team Myanmar invincible as well, 3-0. That matchup in between the two of them, it might define who's going to take the lead in this rank at the end of the day.
But not to mention, they have like 4 wins and 4 points, but they have 8 game winnings, which means that they have not been defeated yet till now.
Not yet, up until right now, not even in small games. That's a great performance by Team Malaysia. Today's matchups we're going to have bringing to you live right now, Team Singapore against Team Vietnam. Then we'll bring you Team Philippines against Team Thailand. And after that, Team Vietnam against Team Laos.
I would say like Team Vietnam have a lot of the things going on for today. Yep. They will have 2 matches in one day. And just to wind a little bit, like yesterday we were saying the very last matchup between Team Vietnam and Team Philippines. I would say like that was the best games I see from Team Vietnam. They're very, very close.
They are growing as time passes and as they go through the tournament. Team Vietnam just keeps going better and getting better and better and better and better. If you compare their performance yesterday in the last game compared to the first one of the tournament, 2 completely different phases.
I mean, they're growing up in a very fast pace where you couldn't even possibly imagine. I mean, starting from the very first day, we saw like Team Vietnam, they're quite like losing their way during the middle of the game, but I think they're gradually like moving towards a phase where they are completely understanding what they should be doing in the game. And we saw no change in these two teams' starting lineups.
The starting lineups are going to stay the same. I don't think that any of the two of them needs to be doing any changes. Very solid throughout the competition. They've had very good choices in terms of heroes, and in terms of synergy, their team synergy is there. And as we just mentioned for Team Vietnam, if things are just going right now, getting better and better by the game, no need to change the players at all.
For Team Singapore, I like the idea that Spaghetti, the support player, he really loves to play Gui Guzi. They have been using Gui Guzi for 3 times, while the winning rate is quite high. They have like 2 win-ins out of 3 games, which will be a significant card for them to play. Maybe today we're going to see this Gui Guzi one more time. And for the other rest of the positions, for example, Guard has a very good mastery of Quick Knock. They have been using Quick Knock for a while, 3 times already, and Jin, Kai, and Lan. So to conclude, like for Team Singapore, they really love to use this kind of assassin junglers in their composition instead of having those soldier junglers and so a warrior on the top.
Something that Team Vietnam is going to have in mind, right? Because 712, the mid laner from Team Vietnam, likes a lot playing heroes that are a little bit too squishy, right? And Milady, and we have Xiao Qiao, both of them playing twice in this competition. Still not the first win for Team Vietnam. So something that they might want to think about, like if your opponent is going to be playing assassins, is going to be playing core junglers composition, your choice for mid laner might have to be something like, for example, Kali.
So how your opponent is going to be playing in the game, how their gaming style will be, will just lying on the table, because we have 2 days to observe what kind of composition they're going to get. And we can see through the hero that they use for Team Singapore. I think it's very like straightforward. They like to use those kind of very good combo chains, for example, Shareholder and Gui Guzi together. And the backliner, they all share the same qualities, that they have those bursting damage. The most frequently used marksman and archer will be Li Yuanfang. Very straightforward. Yes. Li Yuanfang and Gui Guzi. Easy
Burst
to
damage,
understand.
right? Burst damage immediately there. Gui Guzi with initiation, fun with the damage.
And for Team Vietnam, I think since they're growing really, really fast, maybe today they still stand a chance to finally get a very first victory too.
I hope so. Fingers crossed on that. Wishing 2 of them, to Team Vietnam and Team Singapore, a great luck for today's matches. Team Vietnam and Team Singapore already start with the first round of bans. Guan Yu is going to be the first ban. Guan Yu that has come up in 3 games already in this competition, and every single time that Guan Yu is there, the team is always winning. 4 actually, 4 games. 4 out of 4 for Guan Yu, 100% win rate.
I would say this very highly skilled heroes, the fact that they're taking this heroes means that they have like perfect confidence over this hero. For example, Guan Yu, for example, Shang Guanwar.
Yes, exactly.
Every single time we saw this kind of hero, they win.
Guan Yu, Shang Guanwar, Hua Mulan, Wukong, and Da Qiao, all of them 100% win rate.
He's showing off sophistication. All right, after the bans, the very last place for Team Singapore will be given to Marco Polo. Nice one. I find Marco Polo very popular in the Road to Asian 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version, because we have a lot of tanks. We have so many tanks. They're either junglers or the top lane or the top side. So Marco Polo, with this kind of archer in your own composition, you will always find it very easy for you to target the frontliner and just take those HP away from them.
Because of the passive of Marco Polo and because of the way that the hero has been designed, and just having a very big tank in front of it, like Lu Bu, Ata, Lian Guo, which are all of them very popular picks, allows Marco Polo just to start building and start scaling up early in the game.
Yeah, because the normal attacks will reduce the target's defense. This is the main crucial point of Marco Polo. And the picks are running on very quickly. Kai and Lu Bu again. We saw that very for several times.
Yeah, exactly. Tran Fei and Thane are going to be the answers from Team Singapore on the other side. What I'm going to be looking for Team Singapore is going to be what's going to be their choice for Archer, right? Their choice for Archer, if on the front you're gonna have something like Kung Sun Lee and you already have a Tranfei, probably Sun Shanxiang would be a good option.
Yes, Kali, good choice. Very long range mage. They really need this kind of poking ability in their compositions. You only have Thane, you only have Zhang Fei. They're very short-handed soldiers. Yes, finally, Ross.
Let's go. I like this. Raz is going to come into the second game in the whole tournament. Raz is going to be the first time that we're going to have live stream this hero's performance. A completely different kind of mid laner, a more assassin style of mid laner in here.
I would say Ross is a very interesting like hero to play because there's so many dashes. You can use the normal attacks like activating your passive that will give you one dash, and not to mention your first ability, flying kick, will also give you one dash trying to knock your enemy up, and the second one will be throwing a fan. So this fan will be targeting your enemies and stealing those magic defense away from them. Very useful skill.
It weakens you first, and then when it comes with the burst damage, half of your HP bar, it's going to disappear. The composition from Team Singapore, I like it a lot because they have very good levels of initiation and poking ability.
Of course.
The range that Kali has, like such a long range, allows them just to first poke and then jump in. They do not have to actually initiate the fight as long as Kali has its ultimate available.
Yeah, like the statistics are telling everything. Like the most commonly used like jungler will be quick knock. That's the reason why like God is just going for this quick knock again. So I think the whole composition is just well enough, very stable for Team Singapore. They have quite a lot of time to farm up, and as to the late game bursting damage, they have quick knock, they have late Sun Shanxiang. That's enough.
Let's wait and see what's gonna happen. I like a lot how the compositions are coming in. And let's see, let's get this day going. This is gonna be our day 3 of Road to Asian Games Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. This is gonna be the match between Team Vietnam on the blue side and Team Singapore on the red side.
I was still quite surprised and impressed by the Ross choice, because it's like we have been through 2 days of the match. It's very full schedule, but this is the very first time we see like 712 use Ross. So let's just pay attention to wherever you want to go, and the rotation will be very, very important when you're playing this Ross. And the best thing is that maybe you need your support's help to clean away faster so that you can make a quick rotation to the bottom side.
That is the one problem with Raz, right? Like Raz is one of the biggest weaknesses. Does not have an advantage in cleaning the way. So the rotations are always going to be a little bit more
slow.
A little bit slower, right? So you are actually reacting to what the other team is doing instead of you making the choices.
Yeah, just avoid doing solo laning against like Kali or other heroes.
Yes, exactly.
Get
Look at
some
that.
help from the teammates.
When 712 arrives, the wave on the bottom lane is already clean. It's going to slow down a little bit, Team Vietnam. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. The junglers completely different paths, right? Look at right now, Kreknak over here making a 2-1 advantage already in level 4 guard, allowing Ink just to clean the wave easily and rotate to mid lane.
Oh, this is a very good signal. So yesterday we were seeing this Fong playing Lubu. So he was like going like stepping too far away from the turrets, so he got like the very pick down to their team. But this time, before he gets to level 4, before he have the ultimate, before he have the dash, Fallen God, he will stay safely under the turrets. This is another showing of progress.
Hey, the Fallen God comes in. It's going to be wide. Right now it's going to be Ink, the one that's going to call for reinforcements. The ultimate is going to be proc. Stella going to half HP. This is going to be a long scrimmage, but it's early in the game. DHT that is going to try to run away. It's going to fall. The same as Fong, and it's going to fall as well. Team Singapore with a good 2-0 trade.
Yeah, unfortunately, like Lubu and DHT, this Gongsun will be taken down one more time, and this taken down will be awarded to Quick Knock. You don't want to give those credits and gold to Quick Knock that early in the game.
Right now, Kreknak, with that little advantage that it has, is going to start just cleaning the resources one more time. Already at 2 levels advantage on top of Fong An can do nothing but just look how Team Singapore is going to take its resources away.
So this is really, really good for Team Singapore. Once again, we're seeing that Team Vietnam is trying to initiate, but unfortunately that ultimate or their skills is just not that correct at the right point or the right location. So miss the target, miss those skills, and like it will be the opportunity for Team Singapore trying to fight back.
A little bit wide, right? Like when Team Vietnam starts the initiation, the first Fallen God that comes in from Phong An does not land ability on anyone. One more time, look at that. What you just mentioned, Kyung-Yin. You give Kriknak a little advantage, and look how right now that Lupu does not pose any threat to them.
Level 7 versus level 5. This is really, really dangerous.
3v2.
Half of the HP bar there is needing help, calling for assistance for Stella.
Guard comes in. Right now it's going to be 4-man rotation to confront in lane. Team Singapore wants to take a little bit more of these resources.
Like, Team Singapore is doing this reinforcement really well. Like everywhere they want to engage, there will be some members setting up there, and they only take a very few seconds to get to the destination. One more time, they want to control this blue buff, and Lupu is not planning on letting this blue buff away.
And jumps in, but In is going to dash back. Thane with the ultimate puts down Phong An. It's going to be a 1-0 trade. Blue is going to be still protected by Phong An, but they are going to have to pay with their support.
But I love the aggression, you know. You have to defend your own jungle.
Of course. It is a matter of attitude, right? Like you cannot just see people coming in and taking your resources and do nothing about it. 712 taking very low right now. It's going to be Team Singapore, the one that's going to try to get the red buff, but nope. It's going to be denied. It's going to be Spaghetti, the one that's going to keep it.
So that's a very good thing that your support have the smite with you, so can do the invasion together to help you trying to steal those resources away. So I will think that the response from Team Singapore is really good. Like they have a very quick decision. Even though we lost this blue, but we can turn to their red side because they are losing Zhangzhou. They have one member missing from their whole composition. So we are definitely like gonna get the other buff.
Yes, looking at that replay, you can see how In just used the flash in order to make a combo with its ultimate. That is the reason why they're able to win that one. One more time, In pushes Lupu against the wall, and Phong An is going to fall. Team Singapore right now looks a little bit too strong and too big for Team Vietnam to confront.
I think from my own perspective, I think like Team Vietnam is playing too separately. They have to acting like a team, right? I know there's a lot of things going on, but you're seeing like the Archer is doing the laning on the bottom while the top laner and the jungler are doing those things. They want to protect their jungles at the same time.
Sure.
So you just have to ensure that you only make one action in one certain time. You let your whole group, the whole team to help you do that.
Right, like just make one decision as a team, execute that decision, right? The HD almost successful at taking that turret.
I would say this Kriknak is enjoying the game. Ooh, there's jungle and buffs everywhere.
Lovely, and he's got control, like they've got time control over the spawning of the red and blue buff from the opponent's team.
And this red will be secured by Stella. Here comes the team fight.
Oh, it comes in. The HD, a very good initiation with its ultimate. Now it's going to be the one that's going to try to counter-attack. Spaghetti comes in with the ulti as well, allowing to take one. Can they take a second one? The HD is going to try to cap under the turret. It's not going to be enough as Phong An is going to be collateral damage of that scrimmage.
Another one might happen. Ross is trying his best to take something back for their team.
Good comeback from 712, making it a 1-4 trade for Team Singapore.
Like initiation, how did this engagement happen is really like seeming very good for Team Vietnam because they have aimed the target. They use a parasol from Gong Sun. They're trying to push the members back. You know, they really did it, and that initiation is quite connected with Lupu's ultimate. But unfortunately, like Raz is not there, so the damage is not enough. So that's the reason why like Team Singapore is fighting back.
They need to be able to get control of Shins first, right?
Yes.
Like they need to get Shins out of the equation, and then after that they are able to really win the fights. But if you initiate and Shins still online, that is not a fight that you want to take on.
I think Team Singapore is just going directly to the direction they want to go. There's nothing that can possibly stop them. This Jumpy will be invincible from now, using the ultimate to get one more takedowns to their team, Team Singapore.
Look at that. Spaghetti just jumping in allows them to take the turret and to take that takedown. The support is going to fall. 15 seconds of a power play. Guard is going to take on a 1v1 against Stella. Takes the mark, comes down. The burst damage sends Stella back home.
Wow, there's no stopping sign.
Look at that.
To trying to restrict Team Singapore. Might be happening another goal. Double takedown to guard.
Double takedown for guard, and right now it's going to be the ballistas putting pressure on the turret. 712 wants to clean it. DHT is going to come in to support as well. You mentioned that Krignak is just right now having the feast.
Yep.
Just enjoying the best game that could have happened to this.
Oh, Raz. Every single time they have two numbers of the takedowns, and it all belongs to 712.
Yeah.
And his target is always going to be guard, the quick knock.
He has a very clear mission, and that mission is to try to slow down Krignak, because right now guard is just flying around like this whole valley belongs to him. 9 minutes and 20 seconds of the game. In Singapore already with a 5,000 gold advantage.
I mean, if Quick Knock is farming up this quickly, you will be soon getting the EXO tournament. We'll be having the Siege Breaker once these two very crucial items is there for Quick Knock. That damage, even though it's the frontliner, they cannot just simply absorb that kind of damage.
No, immediately you just mark it first and then just use the burst damage by just destroying the mark, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming in. Shins is taking extremely low right now. It's going to be Luku falling down, shut down, taking Shins away. Thane is going to try to go back, but it's going to fall. Right now it's going to be Team Vietnam, the ones that are in control of the fight. Fong An trying its best. Now it's going to be Fong An, the one that's going to try to put guard down.
Something's changing. Let's say Quick Knock trying to finish the rest of the team fights. There's another
Stella
one more
trying
thing
to
is
come
needed.
in. One more poke comes from Tenmo, leveling everything and turning tables around for it to be a 4-3 trade still for Team Singapore.
This is a very special mechanism built in Kali, because Kali will be having those longer range when it comes to basic attacks, and the basic attack, the damage from Kali is extremely high. I would think he has the highest damage when it comes to basic attacks in all the mages. So that's the reason they can pick up the very last.
Look at the replay, like Shins the flash and then try to stumble away, but does not work because Fong An, the timing of that falling god, the timing of that ultimate was actually great. Was perfect for what it needs to do.
Like before this quick dive in, everything is just so marvelous to Team Vietnam. They actually take down Shins and everything seems so good. And by that second, they should like choose to revive because they know that exactly like Quick Knock is hiding somewhere waiting for them to come in further. So you really need to take a step back after you gain something for your team.
DHT right over there stepping out and did not have abilities. Abilities still in cooldown. Could not survive that ambush. 20 seconds for DHT to come back. And minions coming in that could be a little bit more pressure on that confronting lane to the tier 2 turret.
Let's just together see what will be the next move from Team Singapore. Whether they want to go directly onto the high ground tower, finish the game, or otherwise they can just come forward to the Shadow Overlord, helping them, getting more minions, tankier ones.
Shadow Overlord is already up for grabs. The turrets are keep on falling. Tier 2 and high ground mid lane turret are already gone.
I think the Vanguard will be needed for Team Singapore trying to finish the game.
Yeah, and it would be the good decision, right?
Look at that. Kali. Crazy.
And jumps in, but there's no one to follow. Damage taken. Guard wants to jump in, jumps in and jumps out. Still going to have to survive with 1% HP.
I think that Team Singapore really want to go. They really wanted to go for this Overlord directly, but like Team Vietnam is not planning on letting them go.
Oh, so close, but still not right there. 712 stumbles in, takes in one. Can he try to go for the Overlord? It's going to be a little bit late.
I really like that about Team Vietnam. They just never give up.
No.
Even though they're far behind the goal, they're always trying to find, trying to chase for their opponents. And they're making it happen.
With the Raider. just completely trying to find where that player was going back. Checks on the bush and takes one player with him.
I think Team Singapore is beginning, is starting to crumble, They're
Yeah.
quite uncertain of
what
what's
to
going
do.
to do and what's going to happen. Yeah, this is
really
very
good.
interesting to see, really good.
A very entertaining game we're watching right over here, because you would say that because of the advantage, Team Singapore should have it easy just to finish the game. But Team Vietnam is not allowing them just to take an easy victory.
They actually want to go. They actually want to go for this
Yeah.
overload directly, But it's like Team Vietnam is like, no, stop here. We're going to engage, and they use the fallen god. They use whatever they can do, trying to slow them down. And the reality is that they send Quick Knock, right?
Yeah.
To go for that overlord. So there is a lot of damage missing from the front line. So the Shins will be targeted down. Shins have been taken down for several times in this game.
Shins does not have the great performance today as it has had in the previous games, and that is thanks to Team Vietnam just completely focusing the damage on trying to slow down that Lady Sun, that Sun Shanxiang.
The Shins will be the only target. That once the team fight started, everyone is going to set on their ultimate or ability and skills onto Shins.
Now the problem are going to be the Super Minions. The Super Minions won't allow Team Vietnam just to get out of there and try to contest what could be the next Dark Tyrant. Look at that. Guard already with the target initiates on that Dark Tyrant.
I guess Shins really needs to be protected. Once you use the first ability, using the dash, will be waiting for the cooldown for the other one. The Winds of Redemption is there for Spaghetti, trying to protect Sun Shangxiang better. So this one will be a very special item for the support. When you use it, you will have a shield to your nearby enemies, and that shield will be protecting the Sun Shangxiang much better.
It might just give Sun Shanxiang the one option just for the ultimate to come in and regain a little bit more of HP, right? Stella gonna have to ult his way out of there. Team Singapore doesn't want to let him go. The Fallen God comes in. Shins is going to flash out of that. Fong An receiving damage from left and right. Guard taken extremely low, but it's going to be Spaghetti, the one that's going to proc his ultimate to allow him back.
I think Shins is really annoyed by this Lubu's ultimate every single time. Using the flash, once you have it after 2 minutes of waiting, I'm here, waiting for force out your flash again.
But Fong An is not caring about anything, right? Like, just has eyes on where Shins is, and then whenever the Shins is, it's going to drop down.
As long as I have your side. Oh, over there. Wow, that's very close for Kali.
Oh, very close. Look at that. Spaghetti right now trying to keep eyes on where Stella is, not allowing him to come in back. The Super Minions just putting so much pressure on Team Vietnam, and right now, still, the only way that they can try to survive in here is just to try to find the mistake coming in from Team Singapore.
I'm actually very satisfied with what Team Vietnam is trying to do.
Yeah.
Even though they have already lost 2 high ground towers, but they are there fighting for the overload. That might be the very close one because the jungler all have the smite fillable.
Butterfly effect comes in. Guard is going to be taken down. Fong An is going to come in with an amazing point. Look at that. Fong An still standing. The next target is going to be Shins. Comes in with the damage. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be fatal. Shins right now is going to turn back. It is going to be a 2-2 trade, but the Super Minions again knocking on the door of Team Vietnam.
This might be the turning over point for Team Vietnam because they're far behind the goal. They're far behind of every single thing on the map before this team fight actually happened. But they have taken down guards, and since Quick Knock is not there, so Team Singapore have to give up on the Overlord,
Fong
right?
An is going to jump out again one more time. Doesn't want to let that Overlord go and contest, and jumps in, launched in air. Shins taken down by Gong Sun Lee. Great movement. Dane is going to be the charge. Dane is going to have the target. He's going to fall. A 1-2 trade for Team Vietnam.
This is what
we
we're
have
talking
a game
about.
on.
Yeah, the late game Lubu will be completely different comparing to the damage compared to tankiness initially in the game. And we're seeing that the ultimate, including the very first ability, that blade, that damage is just too hard for the backline from Team Singapore to handle right now.
18 minutes of the game right now. We are 2 minutes away from the Storm Dragon, which could be the option for Team Vietnam to hold to the first victory in this tournament.
Wow, firing up. Team Vietnam are changing things.
Changing things
On the
completely.
map.
Fong An jumps in, the target goes on Temo.
Oh,
Temo with the control
Kali.
chain by 712. Spaghetti right now doesn't have his ultimate. Guard trying to jump in, but he doesn't find an option. It's gonna be a double for 712.
You know what's more crucial is that what will be the decision for Team Vietnam? They can choose whether to take down turrets and the out one, or either they can go directly for this Overlord. If they have the Shadow Overlord, they might have the chance.
This game is on. They are gonna take the Overlord. They have it right now. 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Team Vietnam is back online. Only 1,000 gold difference.
I think Team Singapore is trying to figure out what
Blue
to do.
team
There's
has
a lot of
destroyed
choices for
a
them
tower.
because they have two high grounds. They have a very good advantages when it comes to the waves and the minions.
Yes.
All they have to do is make good use of the super soldiers on the top and the bottom side, on the middle side, and try to use the minions to distract where Team Vietnam is.
Shadow Vanguard joined the battlefield. 712 has eyes where Inked is. Shane's making the rotation for the red buff. That
Finally.
Shadow Vanguard is going to come in for the confronting lane, putting pressure, and you can see Stella already setting up on both ends of the map.
And I love the position of Ross. Look at this. Hiding in the river. There's no sign. Team Singapore have no idea where
Nope.
this Ross is all the time.
So that puts a lot of pressure on Tenmo.
Of course.
Because Tenmo right now cannot
And
move
Shins.
anywhere. Yeah,
and
exactly.
Shins.
You can see that Ink right now just turned into a bodyguard. Whenever that Shins is going, Ink is going. They must protect Shins. If Shins falls one more time, that could be game for Team Vietnam.
Like from now on, like Team Singapore really need to change a different gaming style. Initially, they're using you're using Junpei's ultimate, all the skill just directly to invade, trying to initiate the threat. But now on, they really need to save some of the AOE initiation skills to protect the backlines.
20 minutes of the game. The Tempest Dragon is on, ladies and gentlemen. Guard trying to come in from behind, but 712 is going
Been
to spot him.
spotted.
Look
Yeah.
at Stella. Pay attention on Stella. Coming in from behind, trying to find the target. Fong An is not extremely healthy. Someone needs to go back because the super minions are knocking on the base.
It's okay, they have their own
Oh,
one
jumps in!
revive.
Stella has the chance. Fong An does not make a connection. Shins is going to flicker away. Kali is going to have to proc its ult to try to force Team Vietnam back.
Look at Quick now trying to make the Super Soldier going deeper to the high grounds.
And standing over there a little bit too high, but it's going to be these items that are going to help him recover a lot of his HP. DHT comes in, poking on Spaghetti, trying to force him to use his ult. Look at the other side, Guard pushing the fall in. DHT, the
very, very
parasol comes
low.
in, it's going to be Shane's the one that puts him down.
Using the ultimate from Sun Shangxiang, getting the takedown to the team. This is very important, even though Guard has been spotted on the jungle, but I think Team Singapore is not planning on stop. Let's see, the Storm Arch Dragon is over there waiting for their master, who's going to be the master of this dragon.
Whoever that gets control of that Storm Dragon might have the advantage needed at 22 minutes of the game. This is on. We have never in this competition yet, in these last 3 days, made it this far to 22 minutes.
All of Destiny is being
Stella
collected.
has eyes on Chance, is stumbling back. Guard is extremely low. Stella's still on the hunt. He does not want to let him go. Spaghetti comes in from behind. He doesn't have an ult. Eng comes in, pushes him against the wall. The falling God puts 3 on air.
Cricknack went
Unstoppable.
down.
Cricknack goes down. Stella's being taken extremely low. Spaghetti trying to keep eyes on Fong An.
Look at Ross, look at
DHC
Ross.
cannot join in yet because he's cleaning home. It's going to be a 2v1. It's going to be Team Singapore, the one that they have the advantage. Stella respawning. He's going to have to use his revive, but he falls again to Shin.
Constantly being stunned away, even though they had to say the chance, well, they have enough time to use the parallel to change the position, but unfortunately, I think Team Singapore is waiting for the Super Soldiers to arrive in front of the crystals.
This
There's
might
nothing
be
Zhangzhou
it.
can do.
Nothing they can do. Amazing game. Great victory for Team Singapore.
Singapore.
Congratulations.
I think we should congratulations to both teams. I mean, this is an amazing game to watch, to cast, to appreciate, right? We're seeing 10 overs, we're seeing very late game team fights. We're actually seeing those Sage Sentry and Destiny being brought out by the heroes, and we're seeing extremely high intensity and high quality team fights in the late game. I love that about these two teams. I really hope that we can see a 1-1
Yeah.
or 1-2. At least we're going to be finishing all the BO3s, right?
This was fun. This was a lot of fun. By far right now, my favorite game that we've had in these last 3 days.
Yep.
I'm going to put it out there. We made
Undoubtedly.
it all the way to 23, 24 minutes, was it at the end? We saw the Tempest Dragon. Sadly, they did not engage for it. Team Vietnam, they had an opportunity to really come back. This is the closest that they have been to their first victory.
No, actually, even though the opponents, the composition, the gaming styles are completely different with
Yeah.
the one we saw yesterday, very last match, but the whole scenario and situation is quite like this. Team Vietnam is losing a lot of things initially, so they're like enduring a lot of very miserable time during the middle of the game, but actually they just magically came back at the very end. But unfortunately, the very last team fight, maybe those bad decisioning will cause them to pay a very sad price.
The problem in here is that the composition, right? Like you came into 23 minutes of the game, you came to 24 minutes, and sadly, Gongsun Lee's damage is not there anymore.
Yep.
Like you need to just kind of like turn the focus into different players. You need to turn the focus to Raz, right? Like to this hero. That as it comes with the time, the damage just can be just like immediately just putting down Shins. Perfect performance, I need to say it, from Team Vietnam, from Lü Pu's. From Phong An on that Lü Pu.
Of course.
Amazing.
Of course.
Amazing. Top.
Like this Lu Bu, he will be sticking on the original plan all the time. Like
Yeah.
starting from the very beginning of the game, he's trying to use the ultimate to initiate, but unfortunately those kind of picks up the skirmish is not very good. But to the late game, we're seeing the tankiness and the damage from Lu Bu are growing up gradually.
course.
And by the time he have at least 4 items ready, we're seeing the damage. If he launches the Fallen God onto Shin, there's no way Shin can do.
No. And the thing is that Shins needed to always be using the flash. Like just
Yep.
needed to flash away out of the fight. And then just flash away, stumble, but then the cooldown is so long.
I would like to conclude. I would say this victory to Team Singapore is because they do a lot of things in the middle game and
Yeah.
the early game. The reason they're winning is because they have earned themselves 2 rounds of the super soldiers. That super minions is helping them a lot. Without
course,
gaining the
yes.
high ground tower, without those very good team fights happening in the middle game, they will not have the super soldiers available so that Gongsun Li will not be needed to go
course.
back to the base, right?
Yeah, and you just mentioned that, right? Like in the last team fight, Gongsun Lee is not part of it.
Uh-huh.
So there's no actual damage coming in. There's no archer coming from Team Vietnam. And a lot of the damage that could have been dealt is just inexistent.
Yeah, it's a 4 versus 5.
Yeah.
For Team Vietnam, so very difficult and almost impossible trying to win over.
712 best player from Team Vietnam.
Of course.
It was incredible. Just how it has like a radar just going for everything. This is the moment where things just turn for Team Vietnam, right? Like they contest Team Singapore's Overlord that could have just sealed completely the game. And at the same time, Phong An coming in from behind.
You know,
Puts a
just-
target on Shins. Pom almost there.
I think just by watching their performance, you can literally see the fluctuation of the mentality from Team Singapore. Initially, they're very confident. They're very aggressive. Everything they do, according to the plan, every single CC chains are connected just there. I would say they have like their perfect team fights just now. Starting on the beginning 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah.
But when they are finding out, wow, this Raz is taking down Cricknock, right?
Yeah.
And they find out, Shins went down again. They're like speculating a lot.
I loved the game. It was chaotic. I loved it. It was amazing. Sadly for Team Vietnam, they are still not being able to take their first victory. And on the other hand, Team Singapore, that is what makes good teams great. They had a good start, then they kind of like fell a little bit, they stumbled a little bit in the mid game, but then they just showed that, you know what, we came in to win, gathered themselves together, facing the challenge, and at the end just taking the victory for them.
such an electrifying, I would say, game to kick off the very first matchup of today. 20 minutes, 43 seconds will be needed for Team Singapore to become the winner of the game one.
Audi Super A player of this game is going to be Team Singapore's Shins.
9-3-4. DKDA. Like, Shins is going through a lot of hard time.
Yeah.
In the middle of the game, I would say, honestly. But the very last shooting fights, he performed perfectly. Stay safe, deal the damage, and get to the base.
And that's the thing, like, it was not like a difficult game for Shins because he was not doing his work. It was actually very difficult because Team Vietnam completely focused on what his position was. And that is the reason why it was difficult for Shins. But if you can stand up, take the pressure, and take the victory, that allows you to be the MVP at the end.
I'm very curious about what composition they're going to get in the game too. So
very
let's
curious
take
too.
a short break and we will be back soon.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
They try to prioritize their farming lanes a lot, and Team Nepal again after 4 minutes they try to initiate, they miss the ultimate, but since we will try to ultimate in and winning his way to take down this strong Joe, and now he trying to take another kill there, now aiming at Xiaodun. Xiaodun tried to break his ultimate and he survived from it, combined with this Zhou
Quadra down.
even got a quadra.
Walking around like he does not care. Walks in extremely deep. Megumi with the stun. The HD is going to be taken down. Good control by Megumi. Xiaolin comes in with the combo and they take a 1-0 trade plus the turret.
Team Talent will be really
Oh,
hard.
look at that. Moss comes in. He's going to control a couple
Wow.
of them, but it's going to be Draco that's going to purify. That's going to be Slayer, the one that's going to have a target on his back. Zane is going to be taken down.
That was crazy. Summer again for his highlight.
Yeah, I think so. Oh,
Right,
something
that's it.
happened. Something
Thanks.
happened in the river bill. Fuzi is getting killed. Is getting very, very low because UG is very high in the personal damage. Double take down the long two. But you know they are trying to get further double kills as well. Goes to Lu who adds in ace.
大家好，我是缅甸代表队的托网球，我的游戏 ID 叫 Ace Hero， 我是中路选手。
大家好，我是来自老挝代表队的塞海塞友翁。在接下来的采访中，我会用中文进行回复。我的 ID 是阿海，然后在战队中打的是中路位置。
Hello, I'm Vachalanantawan from Thailand. My in-game name is Summer. I play in top lane.
大家好，我是新加坡代表队的 Amos， 我的游戏名是 Guard， 我在游戏里的位置是打野。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình tên là Nguyễn Thị Phương Yên Tên thi đấu của mình là Phương Yên, mình đến từ Việt Nam. Vị trí thi đấu chính của mình là trợ thủ.
电子体育对我来说就是我的一切吧，因为我在这个行业待了4年多，我一直很喜欢那种打比赛的感觉。
For our team to improve, we always play at night. We took scrims for 6 hours for this game.
我之前参加的比赛都是线上赛，然后这是我第一次参加线下赛，所以会比较紧张，然后也很开心能认识更多选手。
I think the highlight in our team is the unity, and we have more experience.
Chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị cho cuộc thi này rất nhiều. Chúng tôi luyện tập rất chăm chỉ và tôi tin chắc rằng sẽ có kết quả tốt.
在东南亚赛区里面，我觉得最强的对手是马来西亚，因为之前交过手的时候，我们差点就赢了。这一次我们一定会打赢他们。
在我们赛区里，其实强队也不少，但是我们有自信可以拿到第一。
I think our team is on average, but we'll do our best to get a higher rank.
我们还是很有信心在这个小组拿到第1名的，来挑战我们吧。
RDAG, chúng tôi đã tới và sẽ chiến đấu hết mình.
RDAG, พวกเรากำลังมา
Welcome back to Road to Asian Games, Arena Valor, Asian Games version competition. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for being online. If you just got online right now and you missed the previous game, I'm so sorry. That was amazing.
You sounded so cool, at the beginning when the camera's back. Because I was still feeling very firing up. I was still trying to calm myself down after game 1.
I gotta be professional and try to settle, right? Try to settle down in there.
Yeah, like game 1, we're seeing magical late game team fights.
Yeah.
That will count 1. We're seeing those very mysterious turning overs, right?
Yeah.
For example, getting for the dragons. And we're seeing those very sophisticated initial building for Team Singapore. So a lot of things are going on just now, and I was wondering, will Russ be another, for the second time, be the choice for Team Vietnam again?
If it is available, I would go for it. If it is available, I would completely go for that. 712, amazing performance, I would say, in terms of the way that it found the vision, in the way that it found the moments to jump in. I would allow 712 another chance to go on that same hero.
Yeah, Team Vietnam have their own gaming styles. They love to use Milady, Xiao Xiao, Zhuge Liang, and Lumia with several times earlier in the previous matchups in the early 2 days.
But it did not work.
Yes.
You see, and that's the thing. It's not about pointing fingers. It's just a matter of just trying to be trying to be able to provide critique at the same time, and that you can try to point out the things that need to be improved. Lumia, I don't think that is a good option for the style of game that Team Vietnam plays. Zhuge Liang might not be the best in this kind of meta. And Milady, again.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to pick the hero that suits you the best. Suits your entire game the best. You don't really need to worry about the meta picks. You don't really need to pay attention to what kind of the meta heroes that the opponents are picking. Just pick your own style and that suits you.
Be truthful to yourself. Just go with confidence on what you believe works for you, right? And I believe that the coaches, when they have conversations with the players, the coaches already know that. The coaches know exactly what the players like playing to, and then when it comes down to the BP, it's for the coaches just to remember those details and then just to help the players, just to give them the confidence to get the right decisions on.
Yeah, just to take a look at the coherence between Lu Bu and Kaiser just now, we're seeing that they just want to pick up those fights. They're confident enough, so Russ will be a very perfect choice for Team Vietnam to fight for the glory again. Maybe it's going to be the pick for them.
Let's wait and see.
Some possibility there. Ata will be picked and considered, maybe, because we talk about this. Statistics are showing that Team Singapore really love to use those tank and assassin duo on the top side of the map. So Ata will be a very good choice for Guza again.
Team Singapore did not like a lot the way that game finished, and they want to completely change.
But there's a Zhongzhou over there.
There is a Zhongzhou. But you see, I don't think that Zhongzhou on its own might be a good stop for Spaghetti's Guiguzzi. If you analyze the games that Spaghetti has played on that Guiguzzi, the tempo is so fast that it might not allow Zhongzhou just to be everywhere. And Guegudze literally is everywhere. Every single place, every single bush, there's always a Guegudze waiting for it to just to jump in with the flash and then just use the second ability.
Obviously. The perfect combo and duo for Team Singapore. Their most significant duo on the bottom side will be this Fan and Guegudze together. They works perfectly. I mean, Guegudze's second ability will try and Arthur, okay.
Arthur!
Yuji and Xiaoqiao, very late game, huh? Completely different than the one before.
Changing things around Team Vietnam. Let's see what there's gonna be the opportunity with Arthur, right? Like Arthur that has a silence ability, right? That allows him just to deal damage and just completely knocks down the opponent that cannot reply back immediately.
I think like what's so special about Guegudze is the second ability, how well you use the second ability with a flash is extremely important when you're playing Guegudze. So Guegudze will be summoning a very large number of the sprites. She's trying to continuously deal damage and to surrounding targets. So which means that there will be a circle around Guegudze, and it will take times. Before that times kick in, you have to aim for the target, and whoever stay in the circle area will be targeted and will be pushed back to a position. And that position, mostly we're going to see those Fan's ultimate, probably. Of
course,
right?
Of course. I think that the laning stage in this game is going to be critical. Like the matchups that you're going to have at the beginning of the game are going to define where this game is going to go, right? Like Arthur against Atta. I do believe that Atta has a little bit of an advantage in that matchup. And then in the bottom, like in the farming lane, it's going to be UG and Trampe against Fang and Guegudze. Again, in the laning stages, I see Team Singapore to have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think that Team Vietnam is trying to play safe for game 2, right? Yeah. After very, very good and fierce competition, team fights happening in the early game, they want to make sure that this game, we're going to be ensuring us about those late game damage, the bursting damage from Xiaoqiao and Yuji. So what will be the main reason, and the question will be like Team Singapore, whether they are planning to give their opponent this much time slot to farm up, or otherwise they can just directly go for it.
Spaghetti's going to have to use his flash if he wants to run out of there. The HT has a target on him. Feng En provides the vision. 712 is the one that is going to send him back, taking the first one for Team Vietnam.
Bottom side, flash has been forced out.
Second ability by DHT allowed him just to run out of that, right?
Yeah, Fan's initial damage is really high. By using the first ability, you can try to add more damage with the help of the basic attacks.
Nice start in front of Team Vietnam. First minute and 30 seconds are pretty good. Spaghetti comes in. The second ability is going to be proc, but it's not going to be enough. Shins comes in, 1 and 2, and levels things for Team Singapore.
Yeah, here's how to like work Fan's marks going away. So the very first skill, you'll have the marks and you land it on the enemy. You use your normal attack stack in 4 times will immediately dominate the mark.
Yes.
So that will be giving you extra damage.
So they know that the beginning of the game is important for Fang, right? Like they know that Fang has an advantage at the beginning of the game, so they need to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of that. DHT's UG is going to need a long time to farm up. So right now, the Team Singapore, they need to be focusing most of their resources and most of their sites just over there in the farming lane.
I think for Team Singapore, the main purpose of them is trying to catch up, trying to speed up a little bit, but unfortunately, Atta is taken down one more time. Maybe Guegudze will be the next target.
Look at that, Team Vietnam with the confidence, take 2 down, a 2-0 trade, and right now they want to take control of that blue buff. Lam is very dependent on that blue buff, and the Team Vietnam right now has a timer on it. That's going to be bad news for him. From that, it's going to be Feng An trying to go in, does not have an ability. Ability still on cooldown, and he just was missing one normal attack.
But it's okay. If you successfully brought Lam really, really low, he have to go back, and it costs time. So time extremely important when you're playing Assassins, because if you need to go back, even though you're very low in HP, the red will be probably going away.
They have green light on this red buff. The smite was a little bit too early. Ink's gonna jump in. Sadly for Team Vietnam, they were unable to take that. They might try to force Feng An to use his ultimate to run away, and that cooldown is so long, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was really close one, but unfortunately, like Team Vietnam just have a wrong calculation of the damage of the smite. Because
Something
earlier,
to work on for the future, no?
yeah, like in early 4 minutes, your
Yeah.
damage will be kind of deducted because of the protection system from the jungle. So the smite, the damage from the smite will be lower than the original one. You need to be careful with this.
712 trying to make the rotation, trying to find the vision and where it's going to be the path for Zhou and Guigutsu to go back to mid lane.
But anyway, I think it's the very first time we saw like Team Vietnam actually have the winning situation going on in the initial game, right? In the early game. So that just see, they know exactly what to do. After getting the kills, picking up those very good skirmish, they want to invade, they want to control the blue and the red. This is a showing of how they know exactly how to do the macro, right? They know what to do.
As in every single sport, confidence is something super important. Spaghetti comes in, his second ability is not going to be accurate enough. Stella pushes them back, Guard going back into his shark shape. The out of sight comes in, giving them speed boost. Immunity by DHD of Feng An with the ultimate. It's gonna be Ing, the one that is gonna jump in. Look at Guard coming in from the side. Feng An is going to fall, but it's gonna be Guard with 1% of HP is able to run away. It's gonna be a triple for Tenmo.
But look at this, Zhou Yu is having gaining the triple, taken down to the Team Singapore, and right now they're waiting for their waves. Starting to turn things around for a little bit, using Zhou Yu. Very nice surrounding by Lam, I would say, even though Lam is really low, but he uses ultimate trying to push the Xiao Qiao away, and this knocking back is just successfully helping Temo to deal the maximum amount of damage using the fire. Just take a look at the replay just now. Like Ing is very, very far behind the back line. Like Guigutsu use the flash, use the second ability, trying to pull back for a little bit and look at the fire. There's no one standing there trying to stop him.
That is the problem with DHT, just with this choice of UT, right? That the Tenmo is going to be able to deal magical damage, and that's going to be very hard on UT. Stella coming in from behind. He has a target on Temo. It's going to be Spaghetti, the one that's going to be sucking in all the damage. Feng An is going to go with the flash, jumps in, but Drowsy is going to make a U-turn, comes back. He's going to come in. It's going to be Stella, the one that is going to take the kill.
All right, well, this team fight and no, Zhangfei uses ultimate again. Well, Ing can find a way to go through Xiao Qiao using the very first span, getting the takedown for team
James is going to stumble in. Immunity is going to be DHD. It's going to keep him on.
Is there.
Tenmo falls. Feng An has his target on Shin. Shin's going to fall as well. Team Vietnam controlling the whole valley.
This is what I love about these two teams. They just does not stop. Even though the members are falling down, don't care. Even though we have already used up all our abilities, don't care. We just go for it, waiting for the cooldown and trying to do our best.
They're troopers.
To gain the purpose back.
Moving forward, never back. Moving forward, never back.
I love this kind of spirit.
And it's going to be spotted. Silent is going to be Guard, trying to take it on a 1v1. Something with his ult. Feng An thought that he got the damage. Not going to be enough. Guard still takes the lead on that 1v1.
Yeah, this solo taking in will be very good situation to Guard because they need, he needs to farm her quickly.
Red team
and gaining that gold will be giving themselves extra gold.
No, of course, and Lam needs to have enemy units around him to be able just to get more and more damage. But if in the situation of a solo, there are no enemies around him, and might not be the best scenario for him to fight. And he's gonna have to proc his ult. Stella jumps in, but Shins is going to use his second ability to run away.
Stella very low, Ing is trying to follow. And use the perfect fan. The ultimate is just landing, then Ren is stopping where Stella wants to go. Put a fan over there, and you will be blocked.
A 2-0 trade for Team Singapore. Look at that. You have a target on 712. DHD comes in to support. Shins, one more time, taking one more enemy down. turning things around a little bit more for Team Singapore, that for the first time in the second game, they have a gold advantage.
Because Team Singapore is like chasing like Team Vietnam's members really hard, so they are kind of squeezed to their own base, while the top lane, the waves are crushing in, so that's the reason why they sent Zhang Fei there trying to clean the minions. But unfortunately, if you are the support, there's no way you can do those solo combats versus a Archer. And right now, Team Singapore is turning this whole game's over. And since we are already at 8 minutes, so it'll be like 1 more minute waiting for the Shadow, Behemoth, and the Tyrant, and the Overlord. So maybe, like, Team Singapore is planning to play safe, waiting for 10 minutes, take in the Overlord, and just act more aggressive than ever.
The live winning percentage puts in Singapore right now with a 60% winning chance right now of taking this game. Let's wait and see what Team Vietnam can do, right? Like right now that Team Singapore is making the right decisions. Let's wait and see what's gonna happen. It's only 45 seconds more until the neutral objectives are gonna be enhanced. Spaghetti comes in one more time. Feng An is gonna use his ult. Feng An is taking extremely low. Guard comes in. It's going to be DHT that's going to flash his way out of it. But Guard is right now unstoppable. But Stella comes in from behind. Look at that Feng An right now taking in more damage. Spaghetti comes in with his second ability as well. It's going to be a 4-to-1 trade for Team Singapore.
Yeah, I think like Team Vietnam have already been used up all their abilities, right? There's no damage there. You have to be waiting for at least 10 more seconds, waiting for the cooldown for your skills to be activated again. So that won't be the opportunity for Team Singapore to chase further because like Zhou's firewall has very short amount of the seconds they need to cool down. So this fire is everywhere, and if you do not have enough skills, the best way is just to take a step back for a little bit.
Great performance by Team Singapore. I think that they were down and then they just started making just the right decisions, right? One after the other. They went for the Behemoth. They took that Behemoth. They came in to engage and win. They were able to suck in so much damage.
Oh, again.
One more time.
These two fighters.
Red team has slain an enemy.
And does not have the tankiness yet to be able to take that Guard in a 1v1. Guard already has pure Sky.
Yep.
Not even needing to proc that ability, even in this fight.
I think the items that one really needed might be a Spike Smile or the other like tanky items.
Yeah.
Ominous Premonition probably, because if he was fixed or trying to build the Ass of Agony, you'll be taking a lot of time and the damage is not right.
It's just not there.
Yeah.
And we have seen already from the performance from Feng An in this game and in the previous match that just being very aggressive. You want to be that aggressive on an Arthur, you're going to have to wait for the item.
Yeah,
not now.
This is what I was going to say. Yeah, if you are planning to play that aggressively, you can change the hero choice.
Of course.
You can always get a reboot another time,
Yeah,
right?
why not? It's not like it was banned, right? We understand the choice of Arthur for the abilities that can silence opponents and allowing DHD and 712 to damage.
I think the main reason they have this Arthur picked is because once Guiguzi is on your, like, it's getting in. Yeah, it's getting in. Maybe you can use the silent skills trying to fight back, counter back. So you have to wait for their initiation and then trying to counter back.
So it just means that Arthur is going to be a little bit more of a defensive pick instead of being that aggressive and just being that offensive. Something that they're going to have to change if they really want this composition to work. Vanguard's coming in right now. Going to have a Dark Vanguard coming in from the mid lane. This one in the farming lane, 2 Vanguards at the same time. Team Singapore decides to refleek instead of applying a little bit more pressure.
Like Team Singapore is climbing up this goal difference and now they're leading with almost 5k of the goal lead. And right now, I think what they should be doing is just play safe, use the fire, trying to steal those HP from the turrets and wait for the next round of the neutral objectives. Trying to make yourself that maximize your ways and maximize your power and your damage and be ready for the next fight.
Slowly, right? Slowly but consistent. Like you need to go and try to make the right decisions. You don't have to finish the game right now.
All right, use the ultimate, get the invisibility, what they want to do. Use in a second, they pull back Zhang for one more time.
And jumps in. His damage is still not online. He cannot get into Shins. Shins is able just to counter attack. DHT trying his very best, but it's gonna be Guard, the one that's gonna jump in from behind. Stella trying to push him back, protecting the turret. The disrupt is gonna keep the turret alive.
The Zhang is making this Lan taking too much of the turret's damage. The Lan went down. Yeah, well, this Lan just happened to be appearing on the back lines, but I think it will be too far away from the rest of the team members.
Yeah, it was a good movement.
To help him. Yeah.
It was a good movement, but there were no allies just trying to jump in with him at the same time. 14 minutes of the game. Right now we have a 5,000 gold advantage for Team Singapore. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. 10 seconds for the Dark Behemoth, 50 seconds for the Dark Overlord. Team Vietnam is going to have to try to impede Team Singapore to take their hands on either of those two objectives.
Blood Rage, okay, that will be given the shield, the extra shield when you are really low in the HP bar, maybe helping Feng An to stay and survive longer.
So just to be able to suck in a little bit more damage, right? Right now it's not tanky enough. Lenin jumps in, tries to put Temo down, but he's the one that is going to fall. Ing receiving a lot of damage. Look at Guard coming in from the flank.
I think Temo is playing this story really well. Like actually, like Feng An uses a flash trying to initiate, but it will be suddenly like immediately blown away by Zhou Yu's ability. He's trying to use the wind to protect himself, and he actually did it. And with the smite, Guard have controlled one more time another neutral objective to their side. Even though Ink went down, but I think fair trade because you have gained another Dark Behemoth. At C Team Vietnam, they want to exchange.
They want to exchange this. Feng An is not in here yet. Look at Lam coming in from behind. The meteor are falling down as well. Guard puts his eyes in it, but it's going to fall. Stella is going to counter attack, but Stella is going to fall as well. Godlike for Shins.
Team Vietnam, like nice choice, nice decision. They have gained into Overlord, but like Guard is not planning on letting that go. Using his life to sacrifice himself, trying to do the exchange against Vietnam.
And right now it's going to be Stella that's going to take 25 seconds just to get back online. Blood Rage keeps Feng An alive in that one.
Let's see the items. What right there, Splendor is ready for Tamo, so Tamo can stay like take a step like even close to the opponents, because using Splendor you'll be invincible first few seconds and you provided yourself like a safer spot.
DHT right now with 4 items already set. We talk always how UG is a late game hero. UG's damage is on right now. 4 items for UG. Let's see if they can find the right moment for UG just to come in and deal damage.
I mean, Sun Chaser are extremely important for UG because by gaining that passive, very unique passive, you'll be increasing your normal attack damage and your range will be better, right? Using your active well.
Higher range that you're gonna have. Disrupt, the turret goes down. Guard coming in from behind. Spaghetti comes in, initiates. Guard is gonna come and is gonna find every single person from Team Vietnam. Guard still on. 712. It's being chased by Ing. It's going to be Shins, the one that is going to flash in. 712 is the last hope for Team Vietnam. It's going to be Team Singapore.
Oh, another taken down.
It's going to be Ace. The minions are going to come in. Early congratulations to Team Singapore. They were going to take the victory, and they're going to take it in a 2-0 fashion. Congratulations goes to them.
Yeah, and for Team Vietnam, they have to wait few more seconds to be back to the stage. So, I mean, this game will be quite different with the one we saw earlier because I think like Team Singapore will be ready for what's about to come.
Yeah.
And I think like Team Vietnam, they did really well in game 1. So I don't think it's about the gameplays or how they actually perform in game 2. It's about the BP. It's about the composition you want to pick for your team. So I think like for game 1, they did it really well. They have the aggression. They have those combo chains ready for the battle. So, I mean, for this one, maybe they will have few rounds. Maybe, yeah, they will still have one more matchup today.
Yes.
For the third one, we're going to do the stream. Maybe you can just go for the Lubu again, the Ruz again.
It worked. If it worked, just stick to it. Why
Yep.
not? There's no shame in repeating your whole composition. There's no shame on that if that's gonna be working for yourself. The Arthur pick made a lot of sense in terms of trying to slow down Spaghetti on that Guegutsu, right? It did make a lot of sense. The early way of how they played the game might just decided that Team Singapore was gonna take the victory.
Like, one more thing is that I think if you're losing a lot of turrets and you know exactly what the composition of your opponents are, they have Lam and they have Ata. So what they will begin to do is that they have the Ata responsible for all the vision for you, trying to discover where you're going to standing, and they're giving those areas and rooms for Lam to get close. And the very last thing had a very good example of showing that if you does not have enough vision on your back, you'd better just step back and trying to wait for the right moment, stay on your high ground tower. The one that they are defending the high ground tower, they actually won. Like Lam dived in very deeply, right? It's quite distant away from the rest of his teammates. So that will be working. That will be a better strategy than just comes in and goes into the river and let the back like to for Lam.
Lam made the whole rotation through the red buff jungle, comes in from the river and finds 5 members.
Yep.
When Lam has so many enemies in front of him, like his passive is gonna just keep piling up again, allowing him a lot more damage. You do not want to put yourself in that situation knowing that your opponent has a Guegutsu as their support.
Yeah, I mean, turrets is another neutral thing to protect yourself. Like, you have the turrets, will have the damage, will be protected by the vision offered by your turrets. So if you are losing all the outer ones, you'd better just stay on your high ground tower so you are safe enough. You only have 5 people. And
you need to find the right place to fight.
Yep.
It's not the fact that, okay, I can engage in the fight, so I need to take it. No, just wait to find the right place. Take the fight to the right position in the map that is going to work for your composition.
And this strategy is going to be working better when your opponent have this kind of assassin like Jin and Lam, because they cannot directly go in front of you, standing on your front line. They cannot shield that kind of AoE damage if they choose to go front, like deep forward to your backline. The only thing that can make it happen, they can actually take the takedowns, is from the back. So you leave, you're trying to make sure that your back is safe enough when your opponent is Lam.
Just eliminate the 360 degrees variable in this in the fight. Just make it a 180. Just protect your back with a wall. Protect your back with your own crystal. Look at this. He comes in and then he just has so many enemies just to deal damage.
Like for me, I think the most valuable player of this team, I think Tamo.
Tamo was
did really well. Tamo did really well. The one that they actually turned this game over is on the river, where Tamo get the triple taken down for the team.
Yes. The triple there for Tenmo, or the fact that Shins was always able to be dealing damage through the whole game, right?
Look at damage dealt.
Incredible. Tenmo and Shins, just the 2 dealing damage machines for this whole Team Singapore.
Audi Super Player will be awarded to Shins again, 8-1-12. This KDA is crazy.
2 Audi Super A player for Shins today. Congratulations to him. Hopefully we can see a little bit more and just get a little bit questions for Shins, right? Because the first game, very difficult for him. They have a target on him. But in the second one, he comes back to Fang and Guegutsu, allowing him a lot more space for him to deal damage.
And actually, you can see how talented and very skilled for him to play Liu Yunfeng, this Fan. During the laning phase, he's using the second ability, dodging those damage from the archer and successfully make that solo takedowns to their team. It actually opens up this game quite well. So very good reason to have the awarded of the Audi Super A player, right?
Excellent. Now let's wait and see who Jaco has there for the after-match interviews. Let's go to Jaco and let's find out a little bit more.
Welcome to the interview. I'm your host, Jacko. Now we have Tamo from Team Singapore. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hello, guys.
All right, congratulations for 2-0 winning this game. Also a very important game for your team. Now the win-lose is 2-2. How do you feel right now?
Feeling very happy. This is a very important match for us to guess at least maybe 4th, 3rd.
Yeah, it's very happy. And right now you are chasing back the point, right? Chasing back the point from here. Okay, the same question is it's a very hard work to defeat the team right now. The first game even lasts 20 minutes long. I just wonder why.
We made some mistakes around like mid-game. We died randomly here and there. But I think if you fix that, it should be fine.
You fix that by the communication?
By communication and maybe more self-aware.
I know that. And the second game, when the Spaghetti catch fight, what do you thinking at what do you think at the time?
When he caught fight, my mind was full of adrenaline. My whole body was shot of adrenaline. I was so like, this is it.
Oh, you're on fire! I know that. And the next team is also a very important game for your teams. It's you're gonna against with the team Myanmar, also a very strong team in the Southeast Asia region. So you already did your homework, right?
Yeah, we did kind of our homework, I guess.
Such as
watching them. We scrim against them. We try and replicate them in a way, and find a counter against them.
I hope that you have a full preparation for this game. Okay, thank you, Tamo, for the interview.
Thank
All
you.
right, let's take a break. We'll see you around.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
All right, thank you everyone for being back. It's me, Zach Peña, and this is
Nora, and you can just call me Isha.
Yeah.
Finally, it's gonna be Team Thailand play against Team Philippines, and actually, I'm really looking forward to Team Philippines' last showcases.
that is gonna be their last opportunity to take one more point, right? Like up until right now, they have only one victory against Team Vietnam, and this match against Team Thailand is their last chance to come in and take one more victory.
True. Since we're doing the single round robin, so after this matchup for Team Philippines, all the ranking is going to be fixed. The
Yes.
points going to be fixed. So they definitely want to gain that last point for them. And also, actually, they're facing such a strong team, Team Thailand.
Yes.
So it's going to be an uphill challenge.
At the same time that we're going to have here Team Philippines against Team Thailand, on our second stage, we're going to have Team Malaysia against Team Laos. We're going to keep you updated with what's happening in that match as well.
True. So actually, we are now at the third day, right?
Yes.
We're now at the third day, and for Group 3, actually, there's only one match day that was lost. And Team Philippines will become the very first team from Group 3 to end up all those matchups.
Yeah.
And for some of those teams, just like what you just mentioned, like Team Malaysia,
Yeah.
they showed their dominance in Group 3. So I guess after today, the ranking gonna be more secured.
Yeah, up until right now, Team Malaysia and Team Myanmar, both of them are undefeated, trying to fight for the first place in there, right? Like in the first games of today, we had Team Philippines and Team Myanmar, the 2-0 victory for Team Myanmar, and the game that we just brought to you, Team Singapore against Team Vietnam, with a 2-0 victory for Team Singapore. We start seeing right now that the gaps that we saw at day one are becoming smaller and smaller and smaller, right? Like teams are understanding a little bit better on how to adapt themselves and how to get a little bit more familiar with the platform. And I believe that their performances are getting better and better. So this is going to be the last opportunity for Team Philippines. I'm sure that they have improved a lot, and what they can show us today in this match against Team Thailand is going to be the proof of what we'll see in a couple months when we'll see them again.
Yeah, like yesterday, actually, I cast Team Philippines games.
Yep.
They were doing quite a good job. They win against Team Vietnam with a 2-0, and actually they kept the same lineup for today too. Kawagin, Gambuda, Gonzaga, Marino, and Silson.
All right, those are going to be the 5 players from Team Philippines. I believe that they've been working really hard, right? Every single time that I see them, they're always trying to talk about strat. All the time, every time I see them, they're always talking about strat. Now, Team Thailand, Summer Berlin's Mimar, 007X, and Moss. Moss, one of my favorite supports from the competition right now.
I still remember when Moss was playing that Zhang Fei yesterday. Oh, that was really crazy because Zhang Fei is most be considered as one of those protective support. But when Moss is using that Zhang Fei, he's just playing just like an assassin.
Yeah, and it is good. Like it goes with his personality, right? It goes very well with his personality. So probably we might see him in a little bit more aggressive support options, right? Like Weigutsu, as we've seen in the previous matches today.
Yeah, actually, he do have the hero pool of Weigutsu and also Sulie and also Boiler. So Moss is one of those support who really wants to play aggressively, and also he would be the shot caller from Team Thailand, because I still remember one of those interviews that they did yesterday. They said like a 007X and Moss always going to be the shot caller to see whether we're going to fight or not.
It is difficult when your shot caller is your archer, right? Because as a backliner, you need to have the information of like where not to go. You're actually thinking a lot about how to survive and how to stay safe.
Yeah.
But if at the same time you need to be making the calls for your team, it might be a little bit too much information that they're asking from him.
Because you really need to focus in on your own mechanics, and at the same time you need to be the shot caller. So actually you're dealing so much information simultaneously in your mind.
Let's see what they're going to give 007X for this game, right? Like in terms of the archers, the most popular picks for archers in this competition have been Sun Shanxiang with 17 appearances up until yesterday evening, and Gunsun Lee and Marco Polo with 10 and 9. Gunsun Lee with a very high winning rate of all the way unto 80%.
Yeah, the fact is, if this player is really good at playing Gunsun Lee, that definitely means he knows this game well.
Yeah.
Because Gunsun Lee would be one of those most tricky heroes to play with. For these two Team Thailand and Team Philippines, I always say Sun Shangxiang would be the one that every single team is going to vie for.
Yes, of course. Sun Shangxiang is a very nice hero because it deals burst damage, and at the same time, paired with a very good support, early stages of the game are not that weak, and when it comes down to the late part of the game, like, it just becomes indestructible.
Yeah, so actually, we mentioned about late game again and again, but actually, in the previous matchups, we only see this Stormmarch Dragon Spawn for once. That's actually, not that kind of conventional. Because recently in this patch, we will see that Stormmarch Dragon Spawn again and again. So that also means every game just be in quite a high tempo pace. And I do believe that when these two teams play against each other, it's gonna be a uphill challenge for Team Philippines.
It is going to be a huge challenge for sure. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. We can already see the players have already set and ready to go with this first round of ban and pick. It's what the coaches have been planning in terms of strategy for this game, right?
As we are talking about those draws, I would say in the previous matchups, you can see Boiler is quite prevalent, Jump is quite prevalent, and also Lu Bu, right? I never would think that Lu Bu would be such a prevalent hero in this patch, because Lu Bu is not that tanky enough in the early game, and it just takes so long time for him to farm up, to pile up. So Lu Bu, on the other side, in our RDAG Arena Valor Asian Games version, he even rotate to be the support.
We've seen that happening in day one, right? Like it happened once, but then after that, it was kind of like a trial and error, right? That was not very successful. I would say that Lu Bu being such a popular pick comes down to the fact that they like fighting a lot.
True, a lot of melee fights can be seen.
I would say these RDAGs has shown us that people love their fights, right? They just love team fighting, and Lu Bu is a very good option for that.
Yeah, and I always say maybe it's because doing team fight is one of those most straightforward way to win against your rivals and close out the game. So let's see if they do want to do it thoroughly to execute this kind of strategy, then they need to complete their CC, right?
Yeah.
To choose some really good ultimate.
All right, we're gonna go to jungle core composition for Team Thailand, right? It's going to be Jing. So probably they're gonna try to pair that up with a top laner that might not need that much gold.
Because Jin is one of those core junglers which need so many different terms, and also at least you need to have 5,000 goals that you can buy your crucial equipment. For example, like Siege Breaker.
It needs to have a gold and a level advantage if Jing actually wants to be lethal in this game. Lupin number 7. Very early pick of Lupin number 7 for Team Thailand.
Actually just, put this Archer into quite a dangerous position, I would say. Because in this patch, there's only little support who can give a really nice setting for this Lupin number 7. So if they just show it too early, then Team Philippines, they can just use some assassins or use some direct damage to deal with this Lupin number 7.
I like the combo of Baitzi and Xiahotun. I like Baitzi and Xiahotun. It allows them a lot in terms of maybe Baitzi is gonna go top laner and Xiahotun going to jungle. That allows Baitzi just to bring a flash that would allow just to be able to come in to find that Lupin number 7 in the back lane.
It's just create a lot of opportunities, because a lot of CC can be seen from these two heroes, and also they're tanky enough. They're tanky enough to just give you enough version. And also, we're talking about those melee fighters.
Yes.
And I can
3 melee fighters from Team Philippines composition.
Thane, Baitsi, and Xiaohoutun. So that means that, well, Thane going into a support position.
Or they will just rotate to the top lane. Who knows? You know, you can never imagine how creative they would be by using all of those melee fighters.
I would think that Thane should go into support position, allowing them a little bit more tankiness in that first stages of the game. In the early game, in the farming lane, allowing that 2v2 with Thane down there with UG, it would be a good combo against Lian Po and Danlupan number 7.
Yeah, they use that. Actually, you know, those picks that Team Philippines chooses, they flex a lot. And also, you just brought a really nice idea that it's because of Thane's first ability that allow him to push a lot of enemies away from UG. Help her to build a really
safe environment, right?
Yes.
I agree. Team Thailand is going to be on the blue side and Team Philippines is going to be on the red for this first matchup of this game in between the two of them. Let's see what's going to happen. We can see already a very early movement from Kabagin trying to take control of Team Thailand's blue buff.
It's all about tankiness. We mentioned about the tankiness again and again, and also the blue buff has been stolen away by Team Philippines.
It's going to be Gonzaga, the one that's going to take control of that. Summer does not want Susan and Kabagin to go out of there, but they are able to run.
Yeah, there's a lot of soft control abilities from Team Philippines. And also, all of those heroes can deal really great damage to those jungles.
A very good and interesting opening coming in from Team Philippines, right? A very crucial movement that they had because that's going to put Berlin's on his back foot.
Yeah, and also we mentioned about those progress that we've seen, right, from all of those teams. And for Team Philippines, I would say the opening set would be one of those most striking things that we saw.
Yeah, for sure. Look at that. It's going to be Marino, the one that's going to be put a lot of pressure, only level 2. I can imagine that he's having a little bit of trouble cleaning the wave. The wave is just not there and he has no access to those resources right now. We're going to have to wait and see how Team Philippines is going to solve that problem. Moss already trying to getting some vision. He's going to be spotted by Gonzaga and Gambuta. He comes in, tries to come, but does not have his ultimate available. Marino is going to force him out of there on a movement that Moss tried to come in just to keep eyes on the blue buff.
I really like the position that Moss is having right now, and actually he's just cutting UG off out of her tower. And once UG's been forced back, they're really hard to let Team Thailand to stay with them.
Oh, the flash is coming in. Gambuta is going to drop it a little bit too deep, and it's going to be the first point for Team Thailand.
Actually, it was Team Thailand trying to initiate, and here comes Summer again. Leaps in, broke his ultimate, and another takedown can give over to the Summer.
A total of 3-0 trade for Team Thailand here in the farming lane, and that turret is going to fall not even 3 minutes of the game.
I really like the decisiveness about from Team Thailand that I can see. It seems like they prioritize the farming lane a lot.
Yes.
Right? That's the reason why they showed up this vulnerable Luban number 7 in quite an early stage.
Yeah, of course. Like, look at that. Like, come in. They know that Summer does not have do not have his ultimate available. Like, Summer jumps in with the ulti, knowing that Marino did not have the flash available. So puts them in a good position. They know exactly. They're transmitting that information to each other.
Yeah, maybe that's gonna be the highlight that we saw from Summer, but actually that's one of those presets that they did. Again, nice CC, just be completed. Force out the flash, another flash. Double flash has been forced out. And so that also means another preset has been made. That will make some consequences for Team Thailand. They're trying to do some tower dive. Everyone just targeting at this UG. UG has been taken extremely low. Another first skill. Nice shot.
Nice shot. It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade, but that mid lane turret is going to fall. Not even 4 minutes of the game. Everything starts looking very, very uphill. It's going to be an uphill run from here now on for Team Philippines.
You know, before the draft, we mentioned about the ranking, right? The current ranking, and we talked about how dominant Team Malaysia is right now, and also Team Myanmar.
Yes.
And yesterday, actually, when Team Thailand play against Team Myanmar at the side stage, that was the very first 2-1.
Yes, exactly. It was a very nice game, right? A very good performance from both teams. That when you start analyzing, it comes down to these little mistakes, right? Like the team that makes those little mistakes is going to end up paying and being unable to take the victory for them.
True. And also, like, when you can play against one of those strongest teams in the current ranking, that also means you also have the same power.
Lumia with a great engage in there in the mid lane, allowing MeMarks to take one more. The initiation coming in from that hero. Lupan number 7 takes one, and then over there in a one-to-one battle, over there in the top lane is going to come down to a draw.
I mean, I know that Team Thailand, they try to prioritize their farming lane a lot, but come on, it hasn't been 6 minutes, but already Team Thailand are heading towards the high ground tower at the farming lane.
Already making the move, already trying their very best to come in and try to solve all these problems. Right now it's going to be Team Thailand, the ones that they have green light and complete access to all resources in the map.
It seems really great for Team Thailand, as we've mentioned about for Team Philippines. There's definitely going to be an uphill challenge. So how they're going to guard their high ground tower, and you know, I do think that Xiaohou should just give up his own towers, you know.
He just needs to let it go.
Yeah.
It is just the moment to let it go, that we can do nothing about that. Like, the focus right now on just protecting the high ground.
Yeah.
The high ground cannot fall, but you can see that Lupan number 7, the hero that's supposed to be standing in the back lane, just standing at the front because he knows that there's no one from Team Philippines that can actually provide any kind of risk or danger for him.
They're just playing the pushing strategy, and I do believe there would be a significant gap between the go different teams.
Oh, look at that. The mirror domain is going to be proc. There's going to be Berlins that is coming in. Perfect control comes from MeMarks, and those turrets are going to start falling. As right now, it's going to be only the members of the Philippines without any turrets over there in the farming lane, trying their best to keep this game going.
Oh, and it's still be 7 minutes. There's minion waves in the mid lane. Everyone trying to do something on this Luban number 7, but there's no way for a single Xiaohou try to take him down.
There's nothing that they can do right now. It is 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I do believe that the game is going to get back in track. Like, they need to push back, as right now the minion waves are still not available for them.
And again, about the go different, we can see a really, really huge gap between the go different. Yeah. And also, we mentioned about how aggressive and how dominating Jin will be, right? Yeah. Due to this go different, there's already 2,000 gold lead goes over to Jin, and also check Luba number 7. 007X is just becoming the most precious person from Team Thailand.
And there's no damage coming in from Team Philippines that could actually put 007X on the back.
Yeah. The only hero that they can rely on right now would be the Stroyu.
Yeah, of course. At least with the presence of Stroyu, they're going to be able to try to keep those turrets on, but the ultimates come in, start parading on the high ground for Team Philippines. It's going to be only Kabagi and Marino, the ones that they're going to try to clean the wave. But they've got targets on their backs. It's going to be Team Thailand that come in, the mirror domain. Berlin's take the hero down, and the crystal fall follows. It's going to be Team Thailand taking the victory.
Well, congratulations to Team Thailand, and I would say for them, they try to gain more points, and they are really confident with their own mechanics.
The pace of the game, right? It was just the pace. It was just coming in and pushing and pushing and pushing. In the moment that Team Philippines kind of stumbled a little bit, Team Thailand just kept going and going and going, did not allow them even a chance to stand up.
And actually, you know, from the whole game, I would say Team Thailand, they're holding such a clear mind.
Yeah.
They know that what kind of execution they want to do to their comp. They know that the reason why they showed off this Luban number 7 in such an early stage is only because they know that they try to prioritize their farming lane.
Yeah.
Just do nothing. Protect the Luban number 7, let him take down all of those towers, and that's it. Neat and clean.
Neat and clean, as you just mentioned. Well, sadly in there, Team Philippines had a very good opening, right? I liked a lot the movement that they did by trying to come and invade the blue buff area. They're able to control that. They get a timer on it to know when it's going to respawn. But the next second and third steps after that, they were just inexistent. A choice like Eugene, it's a difficult one because of how late game that hero is, right?
Yeah.
And just allows a little bit less pressure on 007X on that Lupan number 7 at the beginning of the game.
True. Actually, you know, instead of doing those early invasion, a better choice that I would give to Team Philippines would protect the UG more. Because we can see the positioning of Moss, right? Da Lianpo, he just hiding in those bush and try to cause such a great threat towards UG. There's no way for UG to play just safely and proactively under the protection of the tower.
Yeah.
Hurt himself alone. That's impossible. They really need to use all of those tankiness, try to build a setup for UG and let him to form up.
In the composition of Team Philippines, you could start imagining that since they got Baichi with them, so they do not have like that early damage that might allow them just to engage in this kind of fights, right? Like if you do not have the early damage, probably the one thing that you want to do is just to pull back.
True.
Clean the wave, go back under the turret, try to protect your own resources. No need to try to engage on those early fights.
True. And also, you know, one of the shortage about Baichi playing as a jungler would be Baichi's taunting duration, and also like his damage is something to do with his HP.
Yeah.
So if you don't have enough gold to buy enough items to build up your HP, you're going to be really weak in the early game.
Of course. A very good option as a jungler, but the way that they need to build and manage the times of the game needs to be a little bit rethought and redesigned.
True.
They need to understand what to do and in which moment, and try to polish a little bit more the decision making in terms of time.
Yeah. And this time we can see our LG Super A player goes over to AESF, this Luban number 7. No doubt.
KDA of 5, 0, and 7. Going in there, walking with confidence to the front of the line, and then completely thrashing the whole team in front of him.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to build up a farming lane and trying to play around 007X. We know that we mentioned about the carrying player from Team Thailand. That definitely going to be their archer. And also we said like this man has such a great ability to be capable of dealing a huge amount of information at the same time in his mind. And also he had great mechanics. So for Team Thailand, now they're just trying to play around 007X.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen in our second game. Right now, Team Thailand leads 1-0 against Team Philippines. We're going to go into a short break. Stay with us. And when we come back, we're going to go to game 2.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yeah, the air I bounce, we're heading home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe is electric, new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together, defining the truth and make a sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got the words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it up. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. You can edit it now, you choose it all. It's contagious, you and I are tuning in. The earth sings aloud. Getting closer while we're stronger. This singer era tie by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together, defining the truth and make the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. It's more than you know and the truth we know. We're waking up, going forward together, defining the truth and make the sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive it all. We'll explore the unknown and the truth we know. We're waking up.
We are back. This Rotation Games Arena Valor Asian Games competition. This is going to be our second game of today. It's going to be the second between Team Thailand and Team Philippines.
And again, this is going to be the last matchup for Team Philippines in our RDAG. So I really hope that Team Philippines can first make it to a tie. And for them, if they finish with this matchup, all of those points are going to be fixed.
of course, this is going to be their last chance that they have if they want to actually improve a little bit more their performances. Remember that in the side stage, we've got Team Malaysia already 1-0 against Team Laos.
Team Malaysia, again, we said like in Group 3, as I thought, Team Malaysia and Team Myanmar, they got several wins in a row. So definitely these two teams going to be really competitive, and everyone just going to, they actually, the rest of the team can learn a lot from these two teams.
Yes.
And we can just take Team Thailand as an example, because we said like in the Day 1 and Day 2, actually all of those matchups end up with 2-0. And the very first 2-1 was made by Team Thailand play against Team Myanmar at the side stage yesterday.
Yep.
So I guess maybe that's something which Team Thailand learned from Team Myanmar, so that helped them to close the game in such short time for the last match.
We're going to keep informed with what happens over there on our side stage, right? At the same time, we're going to have here second match in between Team Thailand and Team Philippines. Really looking forward to what they're going to do. Team Thailand already with a very quick victory in the first game, right? Like not even 10 minutes and they were already done with the game, showing us that they are game. Like they just want to come in and show us what they're made of.
Yeah. So actually, due to the draft, I would say it's better for Team Philippines to choose stay at the blue side, because there's some tricks that you can play with this draft.
Okay.
Is that when you're standing at the blue side, you have the priority to just vie for one meta pick. For example, Lu Bu, right, which is going to be really prevalent in this patch, and also where Xia Houdun, you can use it as flex pick.
Yeah, exactly. You might want just to get to the most popular picks. Talking about those most popular picks, Xia Houdun up until yesterday night, 21 appearances in the whole tournament, being the most popular hero among all the teams. After that, Lu Bu and Sun Shanxiang with 17 appearances. Then the mid lane picks, Kali, Zhou Yu, and Xiao Qiao with 14 appearances.
Actually, Kali and Zhou Yu, I actually can expect that they will show for a lot of times. But I never thought Xiao Qiao would be really popular in this patch.
That was a very nice surprise.
Yeah.
It was a very, very nice surprise that we came in and then just to realize that, right? Xiao Qiao, it allows some cleaning wave priority.
Like
cleans
not
wave,
bad, yeah.
Cleans wave pretty quickly. But the damage just coming in the late game, it is probably the one reason why Xiao Qiao has been such a popular pick.
Yeah, true, indeed. Because I still remember one of those players who was taking that interview, and the host just asked like, why you are just be favored of this Xiao Qiao pick. He said Xiao Qiao in this patch would be one of those mage who can do burst damage.
Yeah.
And also, for Xiao Qiao's passive, actually, whenever you are using your abilities, no matter skill 1, skill 2, or your ultimate, you will gain extra movement speed.
Yeah.
To help you just, being more flexible, and actually can help you to play in a quite deft way.
When you have extra movement speed, that it does not only allow you just to run towards your enemy just to try to deal damage, but in the scenario where you actually need to escape, you can just use your abilities just to earn that extra speed that you might need in order to save your life.
True, and also like the second ability, those whirling wind, right? Yeah. It can help them to, just knock up some of the enemies and buy a lot of time for their warriors, for those melee fighters, try to come in and complete the CC. Yeah, so maybe that's some of the reasons why Xiao Qiao just becoming so prevalent in our patch. So as for this draft, when Team Thailand play against Team Philippines, I guess they're just gonna stay exactly the same.
Talking a little bit more about those mid lane popular choices, Zhou Yu has become very popular not only because it cleans wave quickly, but because it allows the fire just to deal damage to the turrets.
Yeah.
So it just speeds up your pushing speed.
Yeah, true. It's like when you're trying to do this pushing strategy, Zhou Yu definitely gonna be the most valuable mage for you to choose. And actually, you just brought another topic to the table, that it's not only Zhou Yu, but also a surprising mage would be Milady. Milady can also use her ultimate to activate on those towers. So that's maybe one of those reasons why a lot of teams want to play around this Milady.
It is interesting just to see Milady as a hero that, for me, Milady does not participate that much in terms of dealing damage in terms of fights. But knowing how to use Milady properly and just allows you just to split push real quick, because Milady can use the robots that Milady can call just to destroy turrets even without minions.
Yeah, and that's actually like how you're gonna understand towards your own composition. And for like Team Thailand, it seems like they do have their understanding towards their own strategy. So maybe for this time, game 2, they're just gonna show off that Luban number 7 again, you know, try to doing those pushing strategy. Maybe they'll just select Zhou Yu as their mage, who knows?
Who knows? We already see that the banned rounds have already been finished. Tai Trenren, like this boiler, has become such a feared hero. They won. Almost every single team was playing boiler again and again and again. But it comes down to day 2 and day 3, and I believe that it's been in the ban every single time.
True. There's so many highlights that I still remember made by this boiler. So from day 2, as we mentioned about those lackness of information, because we said for day 1 a lot of teams they will do blind pick or blind bans because they do not know a lot about their opponents. But after every team saw that boiler just became so workable, so they just banned it away.
11 appearances from Boiler, 10 victories for a 90% win rate.
Yeah.
That is pretty high.
Sorry, I was distracted by this Zhonghui because that was...
Before the tournament, we were talking about it, right? Like we were talking about that Zhonghui, and I told you that Zhonghui was going to appear. It needed to appear. It needs to come in. It allows you a completely different game style. Zhonghui's ability allows him to hook onto an enemy and just to bring it back right next to him.
Great initiation.
Perfect initiation. It's difficult to land the hook.
Yeah,
it is not that easy.
It's all about angling. But if we scrutinize the comp, we would see it's only because like this Luban number 7 is really immobile. When Luban number 7 trying to do those output, he's gonna be just standing there. So it will make him to be such an easy target for Zhonghui. And also, is this the first time we see Chi?
Yep, that's gonna be the first time that we're going to see Chi.
Wow.
A warrior option for the confronting lane. It's going to be a Chi and Kaiser combo in the confronting lane against an Atta, and one more time Jing. Core jungling coming from Team Thailand.
Well, I would say if we compared both comp, I would say Team Thailand actually their comp would be more solid because they have like double core player and really tanky frontliners.
It's a little bit more balanced, I would say.
Yeah.
A little bit more balanced in comparison to what Team Philippines is trying to do. Team Philippines are seeing this as what it could be their last game, and they might want to try a couple of different things that they had in there in their prep, like the Chi and Kaiser, those two on top lane, Milady in the mid lane. We just talked a little bit about this hero, and the combo of Zhonghui and UG in the bottom.
As we mentioned, like it's gonna be the last showcase for Team Philippines, so hope that they enjoy the game and hope they just brought whatever they want to our audience. Dive right into game 2, Team Philippines at the blue side and Team Thailand on the red.
Let's wait and see. Summer one more time comes in, keeps eyes on Gambuda, but Kabagin is going to jump and it's not going to allow that Atta. Atta just comes in and tries its very best. Might not be enough to control the blue buff, but for sure is going to slow down the Team Philippines farming pace.
Yeah, that's some kind of tricks that you can do for those early invasions. Yeah. You can just, buy more time for your own core players, because we can see when they're harassing on the top side of the map, Jin actually was there on the red buff side to try to steal away. That's a trick.
Berlin's is successful at taking that red buff. The movement just
makes Susan's hook to be a little bit wide. And right now it's going to be a problem for Gambuta that's not going to start this first jungling round with only one blue but no red for him.
You know, it's really painful for him to have such a start team because like he has been harassed a lot and you know, at the same time when he was harassed by all of those tankies from Team Thailand, Berlin already got his blue buff and still away the red one.
That's 1v1.
Exactly.
Kabagin still in level 3. Summer knows that he is already 4 and he has ultimate.
I don't think Team Thailand would pay more attention to this Chi.
Yeah.
Actually, we can see the rotation from the minimap that Team Thailand, they still want to prioritize their farming lane. They just try to make the same story happen again.
Yeah, let's wait and see. They know that Marks and that Joyu is pretty strong. Well, let's see what Susan and Marino can do. Susan waiting for the right moment for the hook to come in. He aims and it's going to be Liam Paul using his immunity right at the exact moment. Very well done. Very good move by Moss.
And they are playing in such a sophisticated way, and another invasion can be seen. Jin!
Oh, Jing is going to take that first takedown for Team Philippines.
Nice one.
It's going to be Berlin, the one that is going to pay.
Yeah, Berlin was a little bit overcommitted. He know that, alright, so for him, he already had really nice terms. But the problem is the damage dot isn't that enough and they're not tanky enough.
Not tanky enough. Now Moss is going to step a little bit too deep. He's been stunned. It might be one more for Gonzaga, but no, it's not going to be it. Kabagin comes in from the side. Marks has a target on it, but going to survive with 1% of its HP. Berlin's comes back. Summer is going to block the way. Gonzaga is going to be taken extremely low. Berlin's damage is still not online, and Gonzaga is going to be able to run away.
This teamfight lasts for over 1 minute, and everyone was just being pulled down. All of those confront laners just rotate from the top and try to do the aid. But it ended up with a 0-1 trade, and for Team Thailand, they can just gain more visions and try to utilizing all those medium waves, try to pushing forward.
Ooh, look at that. Marks is going to be stunned, brought in the hook and the combo chain, puts Team Philippines one more time in control of the rhythm.
Actually, it worked really nice, you know, and that's exactly what we're expecting to see.
Yeah.
The second ability of Zhong Kui, he's going to be such a perfect initiation if he's just find the exactly same timing.
He finds the right timing and the right person, but right now it's going to be Berlin's the one that's going to find Gonzaga just roaming around the blue buff jungle.
They need to retreat for Team Thailand. And actually they find another chance. They try to sending all those minions into the mid lane tower. Since it's already been 4 minutes, they are confident enough about their pushing strategy.
Wait and see. Susan trying to find a good angle for 007X. He does not find it, and the turret is going to suffer a little bit of damage.
Again, you know, from those performances that Team Philippines showed to us is that they are doing quite good on those solos or on those lanings. But the problem is, like they are already being pressured so much at the bottom lane.
Yeah.
But it seems like the top laner or the jungler never care about that ultra.
No. It just seems to me like in terms of individual skill, Team Philippines is spot on, but Team Thailand has a better synergy as a team.
Yeah, like Team Thailand, they're always setting groups, and they know that what kind of purpose for them in the current minute.
Yeah.
But for Team Thailand, they are really focusing. They're just being so dedicated into doing those solo lanings. So they're actually playing in quite a separate way.
3,500 gold advantage for Team Thailand already in only 6 minutes of game. Let's see what are going to be the decisions. Both. The Overlord is actually available right now.
Yeah. And for Team Thailand, that's going to be an open choice. they can also just utilizing their archer, try to pushing forward, and they try to harass it, try to engage, and Zhonghui just being stunned by Zhou Yu. That's going to be a really nice one. Without Zhonghui, there's no way for them to initiate, to counterattack.
Gambuta trying to use his body just to come in and clean the wave, but the turret is going to suffer 50% of its HP and damage.
Team has destroyed a tower.
6 minutes and 3,000 gold lead goes over to Team Thailand. Well, again, if Team Philippines want to turn this around, they should target in at this Luba number 7.
Yes, they have to. Look at how Summer just played really well. They're using his ultimate just to block Susan's escape route.
Yeah. And also, I really like the details showed by Moss, you know. When he's playing with this Lianpo, he's always standing around their co-players. Standing around his backliners because he knows that he can cover up Zhonghui's second ability.
Wow, the hook coming in, but 007X could smell it from miles away.
Yeah.
Steps back to a safe position, and right now they're going to control the red buff.
It's quite easy for Team Thailand to dodge the hook right now because they got a whole open vision. There's, you know, it's like too obvious for you just standing there because there's going to be a little delay for Zhonghui utilizing his second ability. So that's going to be a really easy dodge right now for Team Thailand.
And I like I like Zhonghui as a hero, right? Because the mechanics of it just make it a very fun hero to play with. But when it comes down to team fights, it's very predictable.
Yeah. And once it's just become so predictable, then maybe Team Philippines can try to do something else and try to figure out. For example, let Chi to be the one to engage. Nice ambush.
What can Kabagin do? He lets Summer go. He knows that his target is going to be 007X. The flash comes in with the ult, but 007X is going to survive. Right now it's being taken extremely low. Gambuta trying to use the Invincible Warrior to come in, but 007X takes 3 steps back, keeps dealing damage, and it's going to be an ace for Team Thailand.
Wow, the last team fight, that's crazy. But at the end, Team Philippines has been aced by Team Thailand, and all 5 members survived from this team fight. Even for their archer, even for their mage, they were being taken extremely low. But now with these vanguards, they can just take down this crystal. Congratulations to Team Thailand again. Another point just gonna be in their hand.
1 more point for Team Thailand, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be a wrap for Team Philippines participation in this Road to Asian Games 2022.
Well, I would say for Team Philippines, they tried a lot of things. They tried to form so many creative compositions and show us that there might be another kind of understanding towards our game, towards this patch. Well, after all, worth a try, right? And I do hope that they can, you know, gain more experience from the journey in RDAG, and I'm really looking forward to their future play.
This Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition is just designed for this, right? Like just to allow teams like Team Philippines just to gain a little bit more experience, right?
Yeah.
Just for them to really prep themselves for the real challenge that is going to be coming in the upcoming months.
Yeah, it takes time, you know. The one of those progress that I can see made by Team Philippines would be, I still remember the first time when they tried to play the game, they know nothing about invasion.
Yeah.
They know nothing about doing early invasion. They just keep focusing on doing their solo lanings. But now we can see when they're playing against Team Thailand, actually they try to invade several times.
Yeah.
Though the results isn't that kind of glad to see, but still you need to, you know, take one step out of your comfort zone.
I know that their comfort zone is going to be in those individual skills. Every single time that there was a solo fight, a 1v1 going on in there, it always looked very balanced, very balanced. What to do after those solo fights and how to really just move out of that mindset into a 5v5 composition, that is what the coaches are going to have to try to polish in the next month.
True. The coordination.
Yeah, look at this. Like the initiation in here coming in from Trunque when he found Mimar just roaming in there in the mid lane. It is a very good one. The knowledge and the ideas are there.
Yeah, and also I really want to highlight the last big team fight.
Yeah, this one.
It's almost on Team Philippines, I would say, because hey, Luba number 7 was being taken extremely low.
Yeah.
It's only because the goal difference.
I know.
The goal difference.
I know. It just came down to that 1%, right?
Yeah.
Lupa number 7, just with that 1% HP left in there, was able just to keep dealing damage. And if you cannot solve that archer from Team Thailand, then there's no way that you're actually gonna come up with a victory in those team fights.
Yeah. So on the other side for Team Thailand, actually they are just being really confident with this strategy.
Yeah.
Before, actually a lot of heroes can be seen from Team Thailand would be those fighting, playing style. For example, like Guiguzu we mentioned about, right? Boiler and also Zhang Fei. But this time, they tried to play around their Archer, and we can see Game 2, Audi Super A player goes over to this Archer 007X. They just use exactly the same hero, Luba number 7. Do it easily.
If it's not broken, there's no need to fix it. If it's working, just keep doing it.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Team Thailand for that next victory. Right now, that's going to give them one more point in terms of the rank.
Yeah,
and it's going to come down to what they can do tomorrow, right?
Because like for today, Team Philippines is going to be the first team who's going to end up their journey in our RDAG in Group 3. So Team Thailand still got several games to go. Hope that they can do much more better, right? Because I'm actually holding a really high expectation on this team.
Yeah.
Because I know that Team Thailand, actually, they're quite experienced. And do have their mechanics, as we've mentioned in the game, that Moss, when he's playing with that Lianpo, a lot of details can be seen. Those immunity, right? And those positions. So I do have my high expectation towards Team Thailand.
High expectations are important for us to keep towards them. That's going to give them a little bit of pressure, but at the same motivation, just try to keep moving forward and polish that. All right. Right now, Jaco is already set for the after-game interviews. Let's see who's there with him.
Welcome to the interview. I'm your host, Jaco, and now we have the 007 AD carry from Team Thailand and the main coach, King Sarge from Team Thailand. Please say hello to the audience.
Hello, I'm 007X from Thailand.
Yes, hello, I'm King Sauce from Team Thailand.
Okay, nice to meet you guys. And first of all, congratulations for 2-0 winning this game. And seems Team Thailand's getting better and better right now. So, do you satisfy of your performance in this game, 007?
ก็จริงๆก็พอใจที่เราชนะมาได้นะครับแต่ว่าจริงๆเราก็ยังจะพัฒนาได้อีกครับก็จะทำให้ดีขึ้นครั้งหน้าครับผม
Yes, and we happy to win this match, and we think have the love and going to make the game is so up the level.
Yeah. All right, I got this one. And I noticed that the combination of Luban number 7 with Lampo has been showed up a lot of times in your conversation. Is that the Luban number 7 is your favorite or your best hero?
ก็จริงๆลูบานนัมเบอร์7ก็เป็นตัวที่ผมชื่นชอบครับผมเพราะว่ามันยิงแรงครับแล้วก็จริงๆมันต้องเป็นตัวที่ต้องพึ่งเพื่อนครับผมก็เป็นจริงๆเป็นตัวที่พึ่งเพื่อนเพราะว่าผมชอบเล่นกับมอสแล้วก็เราก็เล่นเข้าขากันครับผม
Yes, he favorite the Luban number 7 because have the many damage and play with the team, and he say the when we play with the Moss, the support is we have the power to play on the lane. Yes.
Oh, so this kind of a combination of Lubanum 7 and Lampo is so you practice this kind of combination a lot,
yes.
Right? Okay, I know that. So after today's matchup and one last game for your team to against with, which is the Team Vietnam. So you guys have the same confidence to defeat them or not?
ก็ค่อนข้างมั่นใจว่าจะชนะได้ครับผมเพราะว่าเราก็ฝึกซ้อมมาอย่างดีแล้วก็มีการศึกษาทีมเวียดนามด้วยครับผม
And we ready to versus the Vietnam, and we have to the learning to replay and the game Team Vietnam, and we ready to fight.
analyze them and learn and research, do a
Yes.
lot of research for them. Okay, and I got this. I cannot wait to see the games coming, so I'm waiting for tomorrow. This game, Team Vietnam versus the Team Thailand. So thank you for the interview, 007 and King SARS. So let's take a break. We'll see you later.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena Valor Asian Games Version Competition, and I'm your guest for today, Tianga. Hello.
Hi, I'm today's caster Yixue. So this is going to be our last matchup for day 3 in our Road to Asian Games, and that's going to be played by Team Laos against Team Vietnam.
I think like because of our schedule, we are having those matchups according to the groups, right? So the teams from one group, they were only having those matchups with the other teams inside the group.
Yeah.
So because of we have 7 teams in Southeast Asia regional group, so we have a lot of games in this particular region. And there's one thing, like Team Philippines have already finished all of their journey. Like among 6 matchups, they have 1 victory and 5 loss. So yeah, thank you for your wonderful performances. And yeah, this will be the very last, the very last second one for Team Vietnam. They still have 1 more going for tomorrow, match 3.
Yeah, so actually for Team Philippines, they already end up their journeys in our RDAG. They're the first team in Group 3, right? End up, and that also means their points are already being fixed. And as for Team Vietnam, we can see from their lineup, for Team Vietnam, they lost their game play against Team Philippines yesterday, but they still got few more matchups to go, so there's still gonna be chances left for them to chase up the ranking towards Team Philippines.
Yeah, and here's the starting lineup for Team Laos. Slayer 919, Ahai, Tom, and Easy Baby.
Yeah, Team Laos, actually now they got 1 point in their hand. They got 1 win and 3 loss. But both teams actually, they played against other teams for today on our side stage.
Yep.
And unfortunately, they survived for another victory.
Yeah, and for tomorrow, Team Laos and Team Vietnam, they all still have 1 more to go, while the opponents for Team Laos will be Team Singapore, and the very last match for tomorrow, like Team Thailand, will be going on with a very good, worth anticipated match going against Team Vietnam. All right.
Yeah. And I do like those actions that they are doing right now, because it seems like now they're really relaxed.
Yes.
And it seems like they're really enjoying the journey in our RDAG.
Vietnam Stella, Team Stella. Yeah, like Stella really like to use Kai. Kai is the most used hero for him.
Yeah.
As a jungler. And this will be remain as a question. If you are so fixed, you are so determined to use Kai for the entire team, maybe this kind of choice of the hero might be banned away by Team Laos.
Yeah.
And I think the variety for Team Laos are lying right there. Like they are using Jing and Lan each for 2 times, and as for Quick Knock 1 time, and they also use Xiaohojun as a jungler. So their like variation of the competition, I would say like it's lying out just there.
It seems like the hero pool for 919 is really deep.
Yep.
And also he has so many choices left open for him. So that's going to be such a relief for Team Laos to complete their comp. And also we can see those teams actually, they have totally different playing style.
Hearts to everybody.
Yeah, to everyone who love esports, who really like to watch our RDAG, and do hope that these teams and also these players can, just create really beautiful memories in our RDAG journey.
Well received.
Yeah.
We are receiving your hearts. Okay. Thank you, Easy Baby. Very nice gesture. I like this. I like the passion, the heat from all of our players, because we have a lot of times, to actually get in touch with the players, because we are seeing in the arena while we are waiting for going on the actual working. We have a lot of time to get to know them. We actually I met them personally, and I found them very, very they have very good personalities.
And because we have the same bus, like when we were off work, right, back to the hotel. So I still remember several days when they were on that bus. Actually, they were just kept reviewing about the performance.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out how could they do better. And a lot of obvious progress can be seen from Team Vietnam, actually.
And they are also very hard-working players. Every time I saw them, they're just exercising on their phones, right? They're still trying to grasp what they can do better with each certain heroes. So yeah, hopefully like they can their progress can be actually seen in their performances up into the game. All right, game 1 between Team Vietnam versus Team Laos.
And also the draft scene just became more and more interesting to watch because definitely after like few matchups has been showed, both coaches would gather a lot of information about their opponents and would be like, okay, I'm just gonna do a lot of targeting plans. For example, like Team Laos, as we mentioned, the jungler Stella from Team Vietnam is a Kai'Sa player. So Team Laos just gonna ban it away.
Since heroes like Da Qiao or Guan Yu have such a high winning rate, so no wonder all the teams are just trying to restrict the choices of the certain heroes, and they're banning away Guan Yu and Da Qiao all the time, trying to make sure that their opponents are not gonna get their hands onto this kind of certain heroes. They find them very annoying. All right, the very first pick from the side of Team Vietnam, maybe it will be a Lu Bu because I find them enjoying
it's a flex pick in Team Vietnam.
Lu Bu as the very first pick all the time. And I really think that Lu Bu choices suits Team Vietnam really well.
Yeah, so actually, that just make it too apparent to see. So like Team Laos, they just, do something on this Lu Bu. So for Team Vietnam, it seems like a little windows are now open for them. Or, well, Team Vietnam just get back to their comfort zone because like for day 1, I still remember they take out that Zhuge Liang to play as a jungler or some creative choices.
That's a surprise for us, right? They're ready for this. And after that, their draft and competition become like
solidified.
Suits more to the current meta, I would say.
True. And for Sun Shangxiang, a really nice choice, and Sun Shangxiang has quite a high winning rate right now.
Yeah, this is what I really wanted to see. Like for today's first matchup, they have game 1. They're using this Raz and magically made a lot of things happen in the late game. They're losing a lot initially, like the waves. They're losing the turrets too soon, so that they're facing a lot of stress in the late game because their opponents have the super soldiers. So they lost that fight because of the waves, not because of the team fights. So I really think this Rust, like 7-12, plays this Rust really well. He can just directly charge to the backlines, and he also get a lot of solo takedowns going against the assassin, the jungler over there. So yeah, I love the idea that they're finally gonna be fixing their choices to Rust.
If you do want to fight, there's no mage that can compete with Ross.
Of course.
Yeah, because of his abilities that he got, he can just instantly try to initiate. And that's going to be a really nice idea for Team Vietnam. And also, that's some progress that we mentioned again and again. Like before, maybe in day 1 or day 2, all of those comps that Team Vietnam selected would be out of expectations, right? It might not be that kind of suitable. So after a few days of working, now they try to figure it out and find all those ganking playing style games. So we hope that they can got a win by using this Rise.
But from Laos composition, I would say that they have a lot of initiation skill combo chains, right? You see Lian Po, you see Lombard together. So this might be causing some problems to the backlines over there because if Ross want to dive in, you need to be careful.
Yeah.
If you do not choose the right time and the correct location, maybe you will be kind of blocked away by those skills. So Ross, 712, needs to be extra cautious about when is the perfect time to dive in and choose.
Timing.
Maybe hide from the behind, come from the behind. I think coming from the behind will be a better angle than you come in the front.
True,
all right.
true.
Game 1 between these two teams, and the blue side will be Team Vietnam versus the red side, Team Laos.
I would say for Team Laos, every comp that they selected is quite solid. It's just typical 2 core players, right? Playing around their archer, playing around their junglers, and trying to prioritize more about their farming.
And what's very interesting, they are actually changing lanes, right? They're using Gongsun to go to the mid lane while letting Kali to go onto the bottom side. Where like Gongsun will have those dashes, mobility, which means that Ross will be having those very miserable times, getting poked away all the time.
Yeah, it's a really nice opening set.
Yes.
Because for Team Laos now they got the priority to clean up all these minion lanes, and also Tom's gonna be really comfortable in the early game.
All right, they're not trying to switch back. They still want Gongsun Li to put into the mid lane wild on the top side. Quite a lot of fights here.
It seems like Team Laos trying to make some skirmishes happen. Now actually they're wandering into the opponent's fields and try to do the last hit. But Stella with this smite still got his red bar.
All right, since it will take in more time for Stella to get to level 4. Well,
Ooh,
if this
DHT.
Jin actually have the ultimate, I think it will be one certain thing that they will have the very first takedowns.
Yeah,
Very dangerous.
And the problem about why Jin haven't been upgraded to level 4 is because Sun Shang just distract and share the experience that they gain from the red bar.
Yeah. So sometimes when you are dealing with the fact that you're with a assassin jungler who really needs those experience to get to level 4 as soon as possible, you'd better just leave her alone in the jungle. Do not share the experiences. Those are very precious resources from the map.
Actually, a lot of details can be seen right now from the battlefield. I'm really pleased, glad to see these kind of things are happening.
But I think like Team Laos, they're doing this quite peacefully and smooth. I like this. So they're trying to gradually find some chances, and by the second they found, okay, it's not going to work, retreat and find another one.
True.
Yeah, I think this kind of consideration is kind of shown on the map and during the game.
And it seems like now a timeline has been drawn in Team Laos' mind. Because like before it would be like, okay, we bump to each other, then we're just gonna fight or tussle a little bit. But now you can see every single movement that Team Laos are taking. They are calculating the time. They do it on purpose and rest.
I think something is about to happen, making the teleportation working, using the button, get to the front line double. Taken down, get over to 7-12. Wow, what a beginning. I think the team fight still continues.
Yeah, Team Vietnam, they did a really nice setup. Actually, we can see the positioning from the mini map that Team Laos, they tried to do some early invasion. So actually everyone just been crowded into this cross.
Exactly.
Yeah. So and for Team Vietnam, that's the chance that they find. And Raz taking the responsibility, just playing as an assassin, came from the rear, got an instant kill.
From this kind of team fight, you can see that like Team Vietnam are completely outnumbering like Team Laos. They have more members around, so that you can see like 919 are not there, so they're lacking a huge deal of the damage they needed to win in the team fights.
Yeah, true. Actually, so far, it seems really head-to-head. A lot of back and forces can be seen right now on the battlefield. Team Laos try to take this with Nemo, then it's just gonna grant them the effect that they will have a larger damaged out.
Yeah, it was really touching by Team Vietnam because you really can see how they are making progress day by day, and match by match. They're getting better each time we saw their plays.
It's remarkable.
Yes.
It's really remarkable because again, like from day one, we was like, it's just like out of imagination, right? Be a really creative team, but now it seems like they're get into the pace.
Yeah.
They're now just, really into this game, and they just learned a lot of experience from their opponents. The first step about how you're gonna make him progress is to imitate.
Yep.
Imitate your strong opponents and try to learn some lessons.
Whoa, some immediate initiation coming down there. while Slayer is buying themselves enough time. They want to make the rotations right there, but I think the rest of the team is just like, yeah, you choose to go away because Lan is getting down, so Team Vietnam goes straight forward to this Overlord. And I think Team Laos, there's no way they can possibly steal this Overlord away from the side of Team Vietnam.
Yeah, since Lam has already been taken down, so there's no smite carrier from Team Laos side help them to gain that Overlord.
Yeah, this actually seems quite well for Team Vietnam.
Yeah.
The HT is kind of cornered right there with the HP back recovered.
Whoa.
Just right amount of HP needed to stay alive.
DHT, it's your day.
Yeah.
It's your lucky day. Well, that was so close. And but you know, from all of those skirmishes we saw, it seems like Team Vietnam, they just let 712 to be the carrier in their team. He already got 3 takedowns in charge of this assassin. And every time the positioning and also the timing is really decisive and accurate.
Like all the takedown goes to the side, goes to 712's pocket.
Yeah.
And he's getting that gold, he's getting this credits. And hopefully, like, if you have this kind of opening for Raz, the next thing you want to do is disappear and trying to get straight forward to the back lines. All right, Kali is brought very, very low while Lan follows up, getting a takedown, very first one for Team Laos.
Feng Long, he is trying to play aggressively since they got some gold lead, but the problem is now Lombo, well, he's a little bit overcommitted, so he needs to step back.
Using this little bomb trying to distract.
Yeah, here's
baby.
one tip. All right, flash in, combo, another knock up, but here comes Lam. He's trying to use his second ability to try to get more done. And here comes Jin, broke his ultimate, and that's gonna be a 1-4 trade.
I think that the 3 members from Team Vietnam are staying right there for quite a long time, so that like Easy Baby will have this flash with the ultimate trying to initiate, and like 919 are waiting for this kind of moment for a while.
True.
He was just there using the ultimate kickback, knock back the enemies and finish the kill. And Ahai, that ultimate is just right on time.
Yeah.
Follows up all the damage they needed.
Yeah, just like how patient Team Laos is. It seems like they know that, okay, if you got, you know, when you're playing this game, if you really got several takedowns in a row, you're just going to be, you know, really confident. And sometimes, you know, confidence will make mistakes. So that's the chance that Team Laos are waiting for such a long time.
No room for relaxation when you are in game. Ooh, solo battle. And the winner actually from the solo battle, Lam gets it.
Lam take revenge on Stella on this Jin because he still remember that thing, that story happened on the top side of the map.
And now from the team fights just gonna happen there everywhere. Like thing is used, the ultimate trying to gain this destiny passive for him, but still the time will be needed, largely needed for them to come alive again.
Yeah, it seems like Team Laos suddenly they accelerate their attacking pace.
Yes.
Just suddenly, maybe from when 919 got his essential equipment, and that's gonna be the cue for them to keep pushing forward.
Yes. See, the waves are here. Team Laos can just safely take the second turret in the middle lane away. And right now they're making rotation to the top. I think they can also get it. The smite the lurse. Slows Lan down, and Jin finally another revenge.
919. You know, it seems like this game's gonna go at person to person. Like after Stella back to life, the first thing that he wants to do is to find out this jungler from Team Laos, find out 919. And actually, from that skirmish, 919 got the chance to escape.
Yeah,
but 919 chose to stay. He would just be like, okay, let's do it toe to toe.
And actually, having win in this solo fight are bringing like Team Vietnam more hope because they're stopping Team Laos rhythm right now.
Nice flash.
He uses his flexibility trying to steal those HP away, and they will be defeated by the KOE damage from Gongsun Li. 10 minutes it is. Our neutral objective has just be upgraded to the next level.
So again, we said like for Team Laos, there's a timeline drawing in their mind. So they try to back off and try to take down this really crucial neutral objectives in the mid-game.
I think Team Laos has a really quick response to what's happening in the game. They're winning, they know exactly what to do next. If they are losing in the team fight, they also know how to protect their own resources. They either dive into the other lanes, trying to clean the wave, trying to stay safe, or they will switch back to the neutral objective, trying to buy themselves more time. Fortunately, wow, getting a lot of HP away from Jin, there's nothing Jin can do.
Team Laos are just trying to keep pressure on all 3 lanes. They released the strongest vanguards at the farming lane, and it seems like they try to utilizing these strong vanguards and do something towards the high ground tower.
Exactly. And they have that initiative to choose between the Behemoth and the Overlord. And the answer will be the Overlord because they want to focus on the front line. And the Vanguards will help them pushing their waves further towards the high ground tower.
Another ultimate, 3 people has been knocked up, and let's see.
Look at
Tom tried to using his own mechanics and try to showcase there's still Vanguards at the bottom, but then he said no way to touch our crystal.
Surprising initiation from Easy Baby. He actually had the Armageddon on 4 members at one time. Crazy control. And with this kind of controllability hit on right on target, there's no way that Team Vietnam can win, become the winner of that team fights.
True. We really need to put Easy Baby on the spotlight.
Yes.
Because he's the one, like, from the first minute, he's the one just utilizing his flash and try to make a lot of things happen.
Initiation machine.
Yeah.
Initiate all the time.
Got him a title.
And the very crucial team fight happened in the middle lane. Is initiated by Lomber's ultimate as well.
True.
And that's the turning over point of this game, right? Like Team Laos was kind of behind with the gold, and after that, they become the leader of this game.
It's all about like constant initiations help Team Lao to build such a great advantage. And even more impressive is that Team Laos, they know that what's going to be the next thing to do. They always got a plan B, right? They do want to fight, but they're not into fight because they know that all of those team fights, it's only a measure help them to win advantage and try to close out the game. The ultimate goal definitely going to be snowball the game.
Let's see, Alarm diving in really hard. Zhangfei using the ultimate, trying to fight back. Here comes Jin using the ultimate, but no targets being taken out.
And let's see, another ultimate. Lam is just waiting. Here he comes in, and he tried to do a lot of damage
he's going for
on
the other one.
Wow, that was so close for him to take another triple, but it ends up with a 2-3 trade.
You know, by the second I see Lan on the backline, I almost thought that he will get a Quadra takedown or something. Because everyone is very low in HP, but it's a very nice coordination for Team Vietnam. By the second they found out like this line is over there, they gather around and waiting for the right moment of the cooldown. They're using their abilities, trying to protect each other. And they have one to shred like Lam really low and prevent something very traumatic to happen.
To be honest, I'm really happy to cost this game.
Yes.
Because like a lot of efforts can be seen from their performance, and for Team Vietnam, just like what you said, now they actually are keep their eyes on Lime.
Yep.
Everyone just waiting for 919 to come in, and they know that Lime's gonna be the one they need to watch out.
Wow, DHT is really dangerous. He has to know because like there's no flash available for him.
Right.
We have to wait for almost 1 minute for this flash to be revived again.
And it seems like Stella tried to steal away this.
Yeah, Stella is hiding in it.
And now he's in it. Tom. Now the ultimate has been taken on, and Team Vietnam, they sacrificed themselves, tried to gain for this Shadow Overlord, but that was a trap. And Tom, by this team fight, achieved his triple.
A very nice play by Tom, using the powerful change the positions while waiting for the waves, and they are diving in. And 712 is still trying to protect, but you know, with this kind of quality of this certain hero, like Raz is ready for the battles, but not ready for cleaning the waves. So by the second that like Stella has shown on the team on the map, he really wanted to steal that Overlord away from their opponents, but like he dived in using the ultimate, trying to aim Gong Sun Li down, but Gong Sun Li actually are really low, but use the dashes and trying to be at the right and safer places.
True.
And waiting for more things to happen, and the frontliners are doing okay because they dive in hard, trying to give Kali more spaces and vision, and the Kali's first ability, those swords, raining swords, are everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, like the last team fight, it's more like just suddenly close out the game by Team Laos. But still, from the whole game, we say a lot of progress can be seen from both teams. Like for Team Laos, just like what we said, now they have such a clear mind towards the game. They know that the exact minute, for example, like 4 minutes mark, 10 minutes mark, all of those crucial neutral objectives, and they know that how they're gonna close out the game. Because like from the last team fight, though they got the triple, I actually, you know, maybe in day 1 or day 2, I wouldn't say that Team Laos would just, you know, gathering together and try to just do damage on the crystal. Maybe in day 1 or day 4 or day 2, they would be back off and try to, you know, be more secured.
Of course. But I do like and I do appreciate how they are becoming the controller of the game from Team Laos. They're very patient initially. They're not so worried because like Team Vietnam is picking those 3 taken downs ahead of their teams. They're actually building up quite a difference initially for Team Vietnam, but they are not like too rushing into anything. They do not want to make a lot of team fights happening. They're just focusing on themselves, doing the laning up, getting enough items, and when we are ready, we gather around using a 5-0 formation, waiting for the time and waiting for the farming up from Lan. And when Lan is ready and the Armageddon is ready, they just put those sudden initiation and get what they want.
Yeah, I mean, like they never lost their pace. They just stay calm. And once you fall behind, the only thing that you need to do is wait for the chance. And this is the chance that we were talking about.
Yeah, this is the main crucial one, the most crucial one.
And just like what we titled for Easy Baby, right?
Baby,
By using this Lambert, like his ultimate combined with the flash, well, several highlights can be seen from him.
I always love to see Jing and Lan goes on each other all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, another Armageddon. You can see like Roz will be knocked up into the sky, and yeah.
And the
this
last
will be the last one, right? They said that Gong Sun Li using the ultimate, giving those initiation to Jin, which means that Stella cannot move anywhere. This is really important. Yeah. Let's make a quick guess. Who's gonna be our LDA super player?
I'm just a little bit hesitate.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be Lan, maybe it could be Gong Sun Li, or maybe it can Lambert.
Are you really?
Lambert, I'll say.
Yeah. From my own perspective, I think as to the initiation, as to the whole rhythm, I think Lambert really deserved to be the most valuable player. But we are seeing those very good skirmish happen down there. Yeah, I was just about to mention like Tom, the very last team fight. You can see this Gong Sun Li is everywhere using the dashes, dodging away, and also using the ultimate to put a little bit control over Jin, and that is very important. That's the main reason they can possibly win in the team fight.
The last team fight.
Yes.
And also, come on, Tom, this Audi Super A player, and he's also going to be the triple taker in this game.
So cool.
We can see like how quick he was to react, because actually Jin was aiming at him, was targeting at him, and we always know that after Jin broke his ultimate, it's really hard for you to dodge. Because it's gonna target you, it's gonna lock on you. But the exactly the time when Jin comes in, Tom just using his ultimate and push him back, help them to gain more time to counterattack.
Yes, without that like sudden reaction in that wing second, I think this team fight, the result will be completely different and opposite.
True.
Yeah. So, and just they take a short break, and we will be back soon.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
They try to prioritize their farming lanes a lot, and Team MACAU again after 4 minutes they try to initiate, they miss the ultimate, but since Mugu tried to ultimate in and winning his blade, take down the strong jaw, and now he's trying to take another kill here, now aiming at Xiaodu. Xiaodu tried to break his ultimate and he survived from it, combined with this Zhou Wuye. Even got a quadra.
Walking around like he does not care. Walks in extremely deep. Megumi with the stun. The HD is going to be taken down. Good control by Megumi. Xiaolin comes in with the combo and they take a 1-0 trade plus the turret.
Team Talent will be really hard.
Oh, look at that. Moss comes in. He's going to control a couple of them, but it's going to be Drango that's going to purify. That's going to be Slayer, the one that's going to have a target on his back. Zane is going to be taken down.
That was crazy. Summer again for his highlight.
Yeah, I think so. Oh,
Great
something happened. Something happened in the river. But Fuzi is getting killed. Is getting very, very low because UG is very high in the personal damage. Double take down the long two. But you know they are trying to get further double kills as well. Goes to Lubu as an ace.
大家好，我是缅甸代表队的托网球，我的游戏 ID 叫 Ace Hero， 我是中路选手。
大家好，我是来自老挝代表队的蔡友翁。在接下来的采访中，我会用中文进行回复。我的 ID 是阿海，然后在战队中打的是中路位置。
Hello, I'm Vachilanantawan from Thailand. My in-game name is Summer. I play in top lane.
大家好，我是新加坡代表队的 Amos， 我的游戏名是 Guard， 我在游戏里的位置是打野。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình tên là Nguyễn Thị Phương Yên, tên thi đấu của mình là Phương Yên, mình đến từ Việt Nam. Vị trí thi đấu chính của mình là trợ thủ。
电子体育对我来说就是我的一切吧，因为我在这个行业待了4年多，我一直很喜欢那种打比赛的感觉。
For our team to improve, we always play at night. We took scrims for 6 hours for this game.
我之前参加的比赛都是线上赛，然后这是我第一次参加线下赛，所以会比较紧張。然後也很開心能認識更多選手。
I think the highlight in our team is the unity, and we have more experience.
Chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị cho cuộc thi này rất nhiều. Chúng tôi luyện tập rất chăm chỉ và tôi tin chắc rằng sẽ có kết quả tốt.
在东南亚赛区里面，我觉得最强的对手是马来西亚，因为之前交过手的时候，我们差点就赢了。这一次我们一定会打赢他们。
在我们赛区里，其实强队也不少。但是我们有自信可以拿到第一。
I think our team is on average, but we'll do our best to get a higher rank.
我们还是很有信心在这个小组拿到第1名的，来挑战我们吧。
RDAG, chúng tôi đã tới và sẽ chiến đấu hết mình.
RDAG, พวกเรากำลังมา
Hello, welcome back. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version, and this competition is getting more interesting, like day by day. We're gonna see those progress made by each team, even though I think like the upper limit in this kind of group will be represented by Team Myanmar, which will be the one, and Team Malaysia. They're the best competitive ones teams in this group.
We do need to admit that there's sort of a gap between several teams, and for example, like for Team Malaysia and Team Myanmar, they're really dominating the game.
Yes.
And that's one of the things why I love our schedule so much, because actually Group 3, their game's gonna last for quite a few days, and a lot of teams, for example, Team Vietnam and Team Laos, they already played against these two strongest teams. So definitely they're gonna learn a lot from their tutor, right? You would learn a lot of experience, and then you could just utilize it instantly, put it into practice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yesterday we have a lot of very interesting side matches going on. In that one between Team Thailand and Team Myanmar, they actually have a 2-1. The whole series are gonna be fully how to say that, felt by those players, right? And an actual situation is that Team Thailand got the very first game, and Team Myanmar are trying whatever they can do to chase 2 points back and become the final winner of that best of 3 series. And we are seeing like Wukong again, used by Ashing, goes to the top lanes. Yeah, crazy.
It seems like, you know, a lot of what we call like weird picks has been chosen again and again. For example, a lot of flags pick can be seen. Lubu flags to be the support, Thane flags to be the support, and also like for Team Malaysia, when they're playing at the side stage, they even used Arc. And they used Bailey Shouyue. Yeah, so it's just make me wondering like what kind of other creative comp that they're gonna brought to us.
I actually wanted to see Bailey Shouyue and Arc in the game where we're doing streaming because we can explain more, tell you guys what is those heroes that you really need if you have the time and opportunity. You really need to be working on that hero, because if you have a very good and full mastery of that certain hero, he might help you gaining a lot of stars when you're doing solo ranking.
True. And also like all about the versatile about comp, how you're gonna build your comp. The deeper hero pool that you got, the more choices you're gonna have, and like a higher ceiling is gonna set up for a team. So we do hope that both team and all of the rest of the team, they can just bring us something new.
Yeah. And I think at Team Vietnam, it's not a rare thing. We've been seeing them getting those very good aggression and very good beginning of the game as well. Like match 1 of today, they also have very good beginning at the starting from apart from the game. But the only question is, after you have gained yourself that the very first takedown, or even 2 or 3 or more, what will be your next moves? What should be done to try to snowball? Is it invasion? Is it like continuous aggressive laning? Is it some randomly picked team fights? They're wandering around. They're trying to choose the best one. So I think they should be like consider more when they got those very good beginning of the game, and maybe you can try to slow things down instead of just rushing into a lot of reckless decisions.
Yeah. You really need to, you know, think things through when you're doing the game, throughout the game. So I guess maybe for Team Vietnam, they will just stick to their own comp. Just like because it works, right? For game 1, it's more like just like what you said, how they're gonna solidify the advantages that they set in the early game.
And actually, if you want to keep the rhythm going on, there's a very easy way to do, is that you let your archer doing the solo laning all by himself, and that's done. You don't need to really pay too much of the attention onto the bottom side of the map. All you have to do is, if you are stick to the plan of getting the Raz as a mage, you can help Raz cleaning the wave, making rotation either to the top, or you're trying to steal those red away from your opponent. I think that's okay.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the archer that you're calling for. Who's gonna play more defensively than Huang Zhong? There is no archer that can compete him, and he's gonna do such a great damage in the late game especially. And also he just can, you know, take care of himself, just be there under the protection provided by the tower and play defensively.
I love Huang Zhong. I think the design of Huang Zhong is very interesting. We all know that like Huang Zhong is using his ultimate, but when using that, this ultimate is actually like taken on place. It cannot move. It's unable to move while releasing those very large AoE damage, right? But with this inability to move, it will be offering him extra armor and extra magic defense. So it's like balanced up. Even though you can't move, but you are tankier than ever.
So that also means if you want to deal with this Huang Zhong, you definitely need to put some burst damage on him. And when we're calling for the burst damage, we would say Xiao Chao and Jin's combos could be really nice. Because I still remember like the interview that one of those teams that they took, they said Xiao Chao was the mage that can do burst damage in this patch, and it's kind of feel like they have a consensus towards this hero.
Yes. Very well-rounded hero. Okay, Ryoma. Maybe Ryoma as the jungler and Cai Wenji to be pairing up with Huang Zhong. Oh, this is very new. This is a very new understanding of the composition, and I think it's okay.
Yeah, I love it, I would say. I love it. It's really
well-rounded. Actually, like from Team Vietnam, if we scrutinize their comp more, we would say they have a really safe archer, the Huang Zhong, and also Cao Wenji always going to be stay with Huang Zhong. They're going to be such a tight duel.
And with Ryoma being very aggressive in the early game, I think that they can just protect their own jungles well. You do not take step away from your own jungles. I think it's safe enough. And you actually can form a quite solid beginning for Huang Zhong.
Yeah.
All you have to do, be patient, be careful with the laning, and give as much resources and gold to Huang Zhong, and that's all. At the late game, starting from the minutes, for example, like 15 minutes, 16 minutes, I think the damage will be there. The HP recovery will be there by Cai Wenji's ultimate.
Cao Wenji's ultimate would be really interesting.
Yes.
Because Cao Wenji would be one of those heroes can offer HP recovery for all his surrounding allies. And also like her first ability will allow her to provide armor and magical defense.
Yeah.
So she's gonna be really crucial during the team fight.
I mean, the ultimate and the first ability from Cai Wenji both will be giving you those HP recoveries. And the ultimate, not only HP recovery over 5 seconds, and also like Nora says, like increases their armor and magic defense.
Yeah.
So this is very vital for Huang Zhong. With Huang Zhong's like self-defensive ultimate passive, and with the help of Cai Wenji's ultimate, I think this Huang Zhong will be invincible.
There's a saying in this game that when your support is Cai Wenji, it seems like you have an endless bump, you know, to help you gaining those HP recovery. You don't even need to get back to your fountain. Your fountain is already be there.
Yes. And speaking of how you can form a better composition when facing this kind of HP recovery and regeneration composition, is that you use burst damage to deal with this kind of regenerations. And I think that Team Laos is doing great, like Xiao Qiao, Fan, and Jin. These three heroes all share one same quality, is that when a time gets to late game, they actually have enough burst damage trying to deal this archer.
True, true. And I would say like Team Laos, they need to play more aggressively in the early game. Especially when each hero from Team Laos side upgrade to level 4. Once they got their ultimate, for example, for Fan, he can do great damage, burst damage.
Yeah, and for this particular game, like Slayer is getting this flash instead of using the smite. I think like getting a smite is also okay. It really depends on how you want to play the game.
Yeah.
And with a smite, you may farm up quite quickly. Oh, Ryoma stuns Jing over there, but the damage is not enough. Only a slight change, leaving 919 with over 1,000 HP.
That was a 2-1 game because Team Vietnam, they're already set up it for Jin. They know that actually Ryoma got onto the confronting lane before Jin. So that was a really nice gank and setup. Now Ryoma just TP down and try to clean up all those jungles, and Easy Baby, wow, he's just too easy to wandering in his opponent's field.
I have strong belief when Fan An have Lu Bu on the hands. Like for the very first game of today, this Lu Bu really are magical in the late game, and they actually buy themselves the time enough to almost go to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's a very close one for their very first victory. And Team Laos getting this blue away, using the ultimate from Ata, trying to block Stella. But they have a lot of dashes. This is what makes like Ryoma really interesting. The first ability will swing the blade in a certain direction, and by gaining that, if he jumps and hits some targets or enemies, he will be giving him extra dashes.
Yeah, and there's a detail when you're playing with Ryoma is that you need to keep a really safe and accurate distance with your enemy. Because if they are hit by your edge of the blade, they're going to be stunned.
Yep. Lu Bu trying to aim for the target, but Team Laos use their dashes to get away. Only one more. First ability is ready for there.
Yeah, that was a really smooth reaction for 705. It was always him take the first shot.
Yeah. And again, we're seeing The early game leading are leaning towards Team Vietnam. The real question is, if you have gained yourself this kind of takedowns, what should you be doing next?
I would be like, if I'm playing this Huangzhong, I was like, okay, everyone, settle down.
Settle
It's
down.
gonna be my time to
Wait for
farm
me,
up.
wait
That's
for me.
certainly enough, right?
Oh, Zhang Fei everything really deeply. But with the smite on 91910, they're securing down this behemoth. And here we go. The team fight actually taken place, and Fan gets one more takedown.
Yeah, even worse is that Stella actually used the only flexible ability, the mobility, just dash in. So there's no way for him to get away from that camp.
When it comes to the control of the neutral objective, I think like Team Laos have more advantages because like they have 2 smites available on them. Like Easy Baby have a smite, 919 has a smite. So if they are really competing for the neutral objective, I think like 2 smites will be way better than 1.
True. And also, like, another small detail is that when you're playing with this Jin, actually you got double smite.
Of course.
So it's gonna be like triple smite.
Yeah. The mirror
Yeah.
reflection of Jin will have another smite, even though that damage may be lower than the original one, but it's okay.
Yeah.
All right, bottom side, Taiwanji is being stunned right over there. They really needed one more single normal attack to take this kill, but unfortunately, like the first ability is active for Taiwanji. Taiwanji managed to retreat back.
And actually, a lot of things are happening simultaneously on the map. All 3 lanes, everyone just trying to do it head-to-head. Everyone's just trying to do it individually, utilizing their mechanics and trying to make a lot of things happen.
I think like Team Laos is just waiting for the right moment. They're not trying to do a lot of things. They are trying to keep the farming up situation going on. They're waiting for the items for Jin, and level 10 versus Stella like level 8. Jin is peacefully farming up towards a very, how to say that?
Devastating.
I think so,
Yeah, after the siege breaker has been made, and now they were actually targeting at this Huangzhong. DH said, I said that it's gonna be my time to shine.
Team Laos have a very clear target toward the archer, while on the other side, like Team Vietnam is not simply accepting the fact that their archer went down at that very second. So Lu Bu and Ryoma actually gather around and trying to exchange something. They get the Overlord, and hopefully this Overlord will help them a lot. Lu Bu is really low, since like Zhang Fei is the only one who can actually put some dangerous onto Lu Bu, so Lu Bu can safely retrieve back. On the top side of the map, Stella is facing 1 versus 2 situation with the ultimate ready and available. He can try to steal 1 takedown to their side. Okay, 1 versus 2 and get 1 in return.
Yeah, it seems like Stella really has his own understanding towards Ryoma, because here's the detail that he utilizing that jungle and activate his like second dash, help him to chase down that Jin.
Oh, Ryoma.
1 versus 2 again, he still beat her.
And this hero really suits the current meta well, because Ryoma, the initial building of this hero, he will be having those very great amount of the damage initially, so no need of a lot of farming up, no need of a lot of items.
True.
Initially, he will have extra and higher damage than the other junglers.
Like top CC, multibility, HP recovery, it's quite well rounded actually. It's only just like he's gonna be a little bit short-handed in the late game. It's really hard for him to get approach to Xiao Qiao, but except that, everything's gonna went so well for Stella.
And one more thing about Ryoma is Ryoma actually does not have a mana line.
Yeah.
There's no mana bars for this hero, so which means that you're probably gonna you can save the blue to your mages, and your mage is gonna be feeling a greater time, better time. Okay, get around 5-0 situation formation going on, getting the tier 1 turret in the middle lane while something happens. They bump up with each other and successfully for Team Laos getting 2 more takedowns.
I do like the action, the movement done by Slayer. I really want to put this guy on the spotlight, because we can see how he's using his ultimate, try to block away all of those enemies and try to just enclose the landform, because like Arta's ultimate can let him just to build up a wall. And after you can create such a great landform, it'll help you just, you know, try to complete your control abilities.
So how we... Oh, Xiao Xiao using the ultimate and use the second ability also to predict the movement from
Yeah,
Stella.
the prediction.
Yeah, really cool. Ahai. Team Vietnam, what's your next move? This Ata cannot be slowed down. I think Ata is safe enough. And as to the archer Huang Zhong using the flash, because like Tom is really low in the HP.
That was a flash trade, but double flash has been forced out from Team Vietnam. It was because of Tom that he know that already got double buff, blue one and a red one, and also we mentioned about how devastating Fang would be after he upgrade to level 4. So he find a chance and he tried to play just like assassin.
So how to differentiate a good Ata player or a worse Ata player is that when and where you're gonna unleash your ultimate.
Yeah. And here comes another team fight. We can see Tom, he had a really nice setting. He's chasing him down and got succeeded to take down this Taiwan G.
Yeah, Tom is really good at any kind of the archer, right? He have the Audi Superior Player awarded to him just now in game 1 using Gong Sun Li, and this one, like Gong Sun Li will be completely different with Fan, right?
Yeah.
The skills, the time to unleash your abilities and skills are completely different, but Tom is adjusting it right on time, using the explosive and burst damage out. Like Fan is really interesting because you have the first ability available and you take that Rin onto the enemy and you use your normal attack trying to give up extra damage.
Yeah.
And if you have 4 like executive attacks onto that target, your damage will be maximized.
True. It's just like you're gonna land a mark on your enemy, and up to 4 normal attacks is gonna be activated. It's gonna explode.
Well, Slayer is waiting for the right moment. People want to fight back. Ahai is really low, but magically survived. As Slayer is inside Huang Zhong's ultimate, a little minor damage will be needed for Stella to have this takedown.
But I mean, like, fairly speaking, if Slayer do not unleash his ultimate, he still got a chance to, you know, get away from this team fight. Because there's going to be a little delay. You're going to stand there and try to build a wall. So actually, that's going to be the chance for Stella to see. And I do like the way that Wong Ang is playing right now, because we mentioned about how great he is playing this Lu Bu. The timing is exactly on time.
Yeah. And one more thing, I was really curious about which will be the hero, and yeah, more the Punisher ready. I was expecting to see this kind of items because you have to put some restriction about the HP recovery, right?
Yeah.
Like Taiwan Ji is gonna be having those very good recovery since the time is moving towards the late game.
Yeah.
So you really you need to rely on your items to try to restrict this kind of constant recovery. Ryoma getting one more takedown happening on the jungle. Tom is quite dangerous. This ultimate just put it right on time with the first ability. Xiao Xiao is getting down, rampaging Tom, but he had to go back one more time.
Wow, it was really nice. For Team Vietnam, it seems like they're really getting into the game. And this would be the very first game that I cast for Team Vietnam to win such a great advantage in the mid-game.
They are chasing back the goal deficit.
Yeah.
By and after this kind of team fights. I think this distance in their gold is acceptable, totally acceptable. And you need to take into consideration is that their composition will become more powerful as the time goes by, right? Like as long as this Huang Zhong can stay online, I see no reason they cannot be the winner in the team fights.
So Huang Zhong actually gonna be the only target for Team Laos from now on. And how they're gonna do it is that they can set up a plan. They can utilizing their ultimate, because the ultimate, the CC is quite solid.
Yep.
And also the burst damage. Actually, Jin needs to take the responsibility.
Of course. Team Laos. How's he gonna move?
But you know, I just got those kind of feeling that it's only gonna be one team fight for Team Laos to close out the game.
Yep.
burst
Your
damage.
team has slain an enemy.
If you take down the Huang Zhong, job's
Oh,
done.
yeah.
Another
There's
enemy
the
at Taiwan
opportunity
G
there.
has been taken extremely low, but he escaped away. Here comes DHD sitting down, trying to deal damage and protect his support.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. With the ultimate unleashed by Taiwan G, not only have the HP recovery, but also you'll become tankier than ever. You're going to be having those magic and extra magic defense.
True.
This is very crucial. This is a very crucial moment for Team Vietnam. They're fighting for the Shadow
They're fighting for
Overlord,
it.
and with the smite, Easy Baby
smite.
gets it.
He's still away. Just by this smite, Easy Baby again. Take it easy, baby.
I think this happens a lot for
Yeah.
several times. Like to take in conclude, like there's a lot of times where Team Vietnam's neutral objective is being stolen away. Lu Bu aims right on target, Easy Baby charges in, and let's see, Huang Zhong is getting targeted, but I think that damage is not enough to finish it.
Exactly, like it's not enough for 919. He himself alone trying to do some burst damage on Huang Zhong. Because we mentioned it again and again, there would be a Taiwan G playing as a duo, but Tom again just shine out.
This is a Mortal Punisher, right? This is why the Yuan Fang's skills and damage are so lethal to Taiwan G. They are leaving you no time and no space to recover back.
That Mortal
damage.
Punisher,
will be the final answer to Team
But
Laos.
he can just restrict the HP recovery. Just like what you said, that yellow knife, that yellow blade that you're gonna see in our equipment board.
And like Sun Chaser is also ready. With the help of the Sun Chaser, the normal attack range will be increased and the moving speed will be increased as well for 5 seconds. We'll be leaving like Tom with a relatively longer range, and they really need it because if you are comparing the distance of their AoE damages, like there's no way and there's no one can be comparable with Huang Zhong.
Yeah. So actually after the Sun Chaser has been made, we will say they can do a lot of poking damage.
Yes.
You know? And our Slayer comes in and tries to make something happen, and Jin tried to block them away, but he didn't land up his ultimate on that Huang Zhong.
Yeah, the reason why Team Laos want to initiate, because from the mini-map we see and we saw like Lu Bu is not there. Lu Bu is cleaning the waves up on the top lane, while Team Lao very dangerous because we are seeing that this
That was
yeah,
I know.
ultimate range of Huang Zhong, very close one.
And also, I was so worried about the second ability done by this Taiwan G, done by Feng Yan.
Of course.
Right, because like those little boys, it's gonna bounce him back and forth from his opponent, and it's gonna stun them. So that was like a really close little boys. I was so worried that they're gonna be stunned, like for Team Laos.
Team Laos have a very good like team fight structure. They know what to do before engaging.
Yeah.
They know to send their frontliner up deeply towards the jungles and to find out whether there's going to be the opponent like standing in the bushes waiting for the right moment, right?
Yeah.
Trying to clear out the whole area for the jungler, for the archer to get the neutral objectives. And right now they are with the buff provided by
this Dark Behemoth.
Yes.
So
extra damage.
It's gonna be the best time for them trying to initiate, trying to close out the game.
Easy Baby is ready, I think.
And he broke his ultimate, and here comes Jin. They're targeting at Ryoma. So let's see some counterattack done by Team Vietnam by using this Lu Bu's ultimate and try to threat Team Laos to back up.
Yeah, I like this kind of aggression and CC chains with like Zhang Fei's ultimate right on the target. Like Ahai is using the flash, get closer to Jin and using a second ability actually knock Jin up in the sky. That's the reason why they can't have that sudden takedown. But yeah, if you use your flash in front of Lu Bu, you will be definitely be the next target. So it's a 1-to-1 trade.
And actually, you know, at this time, I would say that the biggest shortage from Team Laos comp has already been showed.
Yep.
It's a little bit short-handed, though the CC is quite decent, but the problem is it's really hard for them to get access to DHT.
They
It's
really
really
need
hard.
to choose the location where they want to engage. If you have Ata with a flash, I think that you will be having those better environments in the jungles. You will need those walls in the jungle trying to create like more problem to Team Vietnam when they want to fight back. those very restricted area will be like greatly beneficial to Team Laos when you're trying to initiate and engage.
Kali bring his ultimate, everyone tried to turn in. Huang Zhong is just being so safe. Nothing would happen. But since Team Laos, actually they got that dark tyrant, that dark overlord, so that will help them to gain more vanguards among their lanes.
Like both cores already have the CJ Sentry ready.
Yeah.
They're ready for a very certain, hopefully for their teams, like the last team fights. They can revive again. They're planning on ending the game with one team fight, one team fight. 20 minutes will be here. We will be seeing the Storm of Dragon being spawned from the Dragon Hole. Whoever become the master of that certain dragon, I think will be really having higher possibility to become the winner of this game.
True. That is the one that we mentioned again and again, the crucial epic monsters in the late game. Whoever got control of this epic monsters, who's going to have such a great winning rate. But no one actually won to, do a lot of things. What? Jin just directly came in. That was a really excellent move. But now Ryoma tried to do a nice counter attack and take Jin down.
I think like Team Vietnam is not ready for this.
Yeah.
Their formation are not ready. And wow, this knockup is very lethal. If there is going to be extra damage or skills followed by, I think this Lubu will be really, really dangerous.
But like for Team Laos, they are trying to take down this dragon.
Well, Stella be the superstar of this match. No, despite this, Storm Dragon will be controlled to Team Laos. Easy baby, doing this again.
I really want to highlight him because I was so worried about this team fight since Jin was absent.
Yep, this is what we're talking about. Like double smites will always be better than the single one.
You're always gonna have the second chance. So, like the Tempest Dragon belongs to Team Laos, that will let them to have a greater chance to close out the game. But still, time's ticking. How Team Laos gonna utilize this buff?
Yeah. What's like the role of Stella is really crucial. If like Stella is the one who steal this Storm Dragon, I think maybe the ending will be different.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt. It was a try.
Yeah.
It was a try.
Worth trying.
Yeah.
Worth trying. Oh, the ultimate from Kali actually have a lot of damage going on.
It's always, actually it was always a Kali to use his ultimate, try to do the preset.
Yep.
And when those skirmishes was happening during the camp on the top side of the map, Jin was just, how can I say, he was just being a little bit overconfident, just absorbing all of damage, all of those flying swords from 705.
Sure. And frankly speaking, I would say that Ryoma is going to be posing less threats as the time goes by. It's a very traditional early game hero. All right, they want to start things up. Lu Bu using the Outfallen got trying to initiate, and Xiaocha has taken a lot of damage, brought very, very low. But they're just simply exchanging the skills and the ultimate. Nothing happened after this.
And since the HP trade wouldn't be so decent to Team Laos, they are forced to back high.
But it's very difficult for Team Laos trying to get onto the high ground.
Yeah.
With this Huang Zhong surviving all the time, having those ultimates sitting right there cleaning the ways, it will be really problematic for Team Laos to get onto the high ground.
True.
Well, they have to figuring out one thing, is that how they can lure like Team Vietnam out to go outside of their high ground. This will be their chance.
That's something we are going to see, like the strategy. They know that they won't be able to do something on this Huang Zhong as long as he's just hiding behind all of these high ground towers. And also from Team Vietnam's comp, we said like Ryoma is quite typical like early game of playing style hero, but they got Lu Bu. Yep, they got Huang Zhong. Like the tower guard.
Really. They stand for the same.
Yeah.
And Kali as well. This
yeah.
composition really, like, they clean the waves really fast and easily.
it's just a troop to you know, guard their own towers.
Oh, the second Stormy Dragons are there.
Is it the first time that
And
we
it's
saw?
gonna be the longest.
Yeah, the second
game
was
ever.
fine.
It's creating the new records here. All right, 2 versus 4, and Matchley getting one more taken down. Like Team Vietnam, killing spree already to Huangzhong, getting one more. 0-2 trade.
Team Laos, they sacrificed 2 members from their side, trying to gain that Tempest Dragon. So I would say it will
This
be
is a very
even
big-
trade. It will
yeah,
be even
but
trade.
it's a very big pay for Team Laos. Like, you have to sacrifice 2 members in order to have the Storm Dragon. Let's see, let's see.
Wow, easy baby without any ultimate, but that was an insta-kill taken over to Jin.
Wow, Tom is really slow. His moves really slow without a boost, possibly, because he needs to
maximize his damage.
Yeah, make good use of a space.
Yeah.
The item board are fully decked out.
And Tom has such a
the
deep
sentry ready.
understanding towards all those.
Yep, they're still waiting for Xiao Qiao and Ata to be ready, but certainly these 3 members rush onto the high ground tower, wants to end this game 3 versus 5 while they do this. Legendary already given to Tom, again using the segment, dashes out, even without the Siege Sentry, it's still on.
Flash
Ahai
in,
flashing
versatility,
in, very
shut
important.
down.
Yeah.
Such a nice movement done by
oh.
Tom, and there's some Storm Vanguard spawning in the mid.
Wow,
Without
this is-
Huangzhong, how they're gonna guard their crystal?
Classical MVP performance.
Yeah. And Ryoma Stella tries so hard, he's gonna back to life again. He jumps away, but what about those vanguards?
Look
Who's
at
gonna
the
guard
time.
the crystal?
Look at the time.
Collie's just been so vulnerable towards Jin. Everyone's just aiming at him, and Taoenji has already back to life. But those disruptions
Look at the
down to
vanguards.
the
Here we
crystal.
go. Game 2, the end of this series.
Wow, that was a really tight game.
Team Laos making a lot of miracle happen on stage. I mean, they have stolen the dragon once. They are competing over the very first Stormy Archdragon. That will be the second time.
Yeah.
Easy Baby did amazingly. And the very last one, even though Xiao Qiao went down in the previous team fights, and after he was like resurrect from the base, he came over quickly and used a flash with the second ability, aiming directly at Huangzhong, and that's the ending sign of this game. We all know without the Huangzhong, without the ultimate, the damage is way more massively insufficient, and there's no one there who can touches the wave and trying to clean it.
Tough choice.
Wow.
For our LG Super A player. I hesitate a lot, right?
Yeah, it's very struggling for our director to choose and trying to decide
Yeah,
who's
yeah,
going to be the Audi Super A player, because a lot of very amazing moves and performance are shown in Game 2.
True.
And I really feel sad for Team Vietnam because they are experiencing this kind of destruction all the time. Starting from
Yeah.
yesterday, our last match, they are very, very close to the opponent's base, right? They are very good at delaying games. You're very good at buying themselves more time for their archer to buy and to be fully decked out, but they are just one way. Just only one way. Always like this.
Like maybe lack of a little bit fortune, I would say,
Yes, I would
because
say
that
yes.
was
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
close. And
Uh-huh.
this is a really even match.
Yep.
And also like for Team Laos, just like what she said, it seems it's such a long game,
Yep.
right? We had such a lot from their performance because Easy Baby is because of the smite that he carried. Still was so many crucial neutral objectives, and also like for Ahai, his Xiao Qiao. It is because of his last movement, that flash. He's always using
So decisive.
Yeah, and also like one thing that I remember from his performance is that he always gonna predict the next step done by his opponents. He's
Very good.
always trying to predict it and try to land his second ability, do some nice soft control.
Very skilled player, especially when he's using and given as the Xiao Qiao. But there's one thing I want to highlight.
Yeah?
Because like Team Vietnam are experiencing this kind of loss all the time. But one thing is that even though they're losing it quite often, but like you can see no frustration in the game. They're actually still goes on, never giving up, and trying to make those things happen. They could see this skirmish happen on the top side, like this Ryoma 1 versus 2, and in return get 1 takedowns while he stays really, really safe. And this is really crucial. That
that one.
That's the very first one, right?
Yeah. And this one, actually, Team Valor, they're just being so decisive, and they sacrifice 2 people, right? Just try to block away all of those opponents and claim that Tempest Dragon. And this one, that's what we call like highlight.
Classical. And yeah, this is not the very first time like AHA is using this kind of technique, trying to initiate. Like I still remember around the tier 2 turrets in middle lane, he also used a flash with a second ability and actually having the taken down, going against Ryoma, right? Yes, Ryoma. Yeah,
And,
that's a really good one.
Also, I would say maybe we witness another record breaker, right?
Yeah.
25
Yeah,
minutes.
it's very long. This is a very long game.
That's a long game. But still, I enjoy the game a lot. And of course, like for Team Vietnam, actually, I saw the versatility from their comp, right?
Yes.
They build up so many different comp, totally different, the diversity that we can see. So I do hope that they can do better.
2
Tom.
LD Super 8 player in 1 brawl, 908. Yes, I mean this, I still remember I emphasized this during the game. Like Tom, how he plays this fun, like safely, but also with a very huge deal of aggression. You can see starting from the very beginning of the game, he has given those very huge amount of the pressure to the archer,
the
right?
pressure, right. So the our LG Super 8 player definitely gonna go over to Tom, and also it's gonna be like a teamwork, I would say, right? It's gonna be a teamwork. It's about like Artai's ultimate and Xiao Chao's last hit. Jinx multiple times about trying to do some nice gankings, and Easy Baby, no doubt. So it's really hard to choose who's going to be our LG Super 8 player.
Yeah, he's fixing problem for the entire team.
Yeah.
I can still remember like 2 times he used a bursting damage and take Taiwanji out of the picture. And that is very important because they have to deal with this constant HP recovery thing, Yeah. But he's shutting down the whole recovery machine, and that really works. Yeah, that's what will be the main reason why Team Laos are facing a lot of very active and having those initiations, because like Taiwanji will be taken out of the picture. This is very important. Okay, we have a lot of curiosity and problems, so we are giving our time to Jacob.
Welcome to the interview. I'm your host, Jacko, and now we have the AD carry Tom from the Team Laos. Please introduce yourself. 大家好，我是嘉豪，欢迎来到采访席。现在在我身边呢，就是来自于老挝代表队的 Tom， 来跟大家打个招呼吧。
我是阿海，对，大家好，我是老挝队的中路阿海。
阿海，你好 ，Congratulations for winning this game by 2-0. It seems you have absolute confidence in this game. So how do you feel right now? 就第一场比赛就这场比赛的话也是2-0赢下来，非常恭喜啊！然后现在有怎么样的一个感受呢？因为你当时打的时间也蛮长的。
对，其实一开始我们就是想的是应该很容易，但是打了之后发现并没有那么容易，对，就是很艰难。
Yeah, that's a tough game. He answered that. He thought that it was an easy game, but when the games begin, while they're on the stage, they feel very, very hard at that time. So the next question is the Gongsun Li that Tom played at that time is very, very perfect. How do you feel of his Gongsun Li? 就是 Tom 当时玩的那个公孙离那场比赛非常厉害，你怎么去评价他的公孙离？
他的个人实力很强，对，基本功很到位。
Okay, is quite technical of the Gongsun Li, and he's very good at his hero. So that is the best hero or not? So 那个是他最好的英雄吗？就是他玩最好的英雄吗？
其实不是吧，他就是最近才转的射手，对，所以他应该
练的时间不长。
Oh, Gongsun Li is not time spats, and he just transformed to switch the lane from mid lane to the AD carry. So he will have another best hero for that. So we're looking forward to see another hero to show up. 就我们也比较期待他们当时到时候能够拿出更多的一个英雄。So how did you adjust yourself during this tournament? I mean the whole team. 就是你们在赛后会就怎么样去调整呢？就在这个比赛当中。
就是教练跟我们说，就是不要轻敌，但要自信，就是说一些安慰我们的话，就对，然后我们也很快就调整过来了。
Oh, and I said, be confident and listen to the coach. Never underestimate your enemies. So, thank you for the interview. 谢谢阿野接受我的采访。好，我们也是一起回到解说席。Let's go back to the caster.
Yeah, thank you, Jaco, and thank you, Ahai, for giving us this kind of interview. We get to know this players more, right? They're still shooting places and doing the rotations for the Road to Asian 2022.
Yeah, it seems like they did a lot of training, right? Yep. And also, it's really interesting that when you play exactly the same position, I guess they're definitely going to go through several, solos and to see like who's going to be more suitable for the position. You need to vie for it.
And because if you are so getting used having those habits when you're playing the mages, it will be extremely difficult for you to switch your role into a archer.
Yeah.
Even though they're still those two kind of heroes, and the roles are all belongs to a category which we will be calling either like backlines. But the position and how you deal damage will be completely different.
Yeah, and also like your understanding towards all those equipments, right?
Yep.
We mentioned it again and again because we know that like for Tom, that Mortal Punisher that he made, right? It seems like he had quite a decent and deep understanding towards all those equipments.
Yep.
So definitely all of those members and players from Team Laos, they put such a great effort into
Really talented player. In such short amount of time, you will be switching the roles. Before you might have a lot of expertise in the mages, but for the Road to Asian Games 2022, you switch to the archer, and I think these two Audi Super 8 players will be kind of award to really appreciate this kind of hardworking player, to change roles. I tried, and a lot of players actually tried for the other tournaments, and you will need to endure a lot of difficulties during this kind of phases, You're going to change the way you think, the way you do, and the way you communicate with your teammates during the game.
True. Because different positions will have their individual responsibilities to play in this game, so that's going to be not easy to deal with. And also like for all of those matchups, actually, for day 3, I really enjoy all those matchups because we know that all of those playing levels actually has been obviously raised up.
Of course.
Right? We are really surprised by how fast they are to making all of those progress.
Yep. And so much for today. We have already finished all of the matchups for today and take a deeper look at the Southeast Asia region groups. And let's see the ranks here. Team Malaysia and Team Myanmar
5-0, 5 wins in a row.
Really like powerful teams.
Like the small difference is that Malaysia wins all of those 5 games with a 2-0. But for Team Myanmar, when they will play against Team Thailand, they make it as a 2-1.
But minor
tomorrow's matchups, we were going to witness these two teams play against each other.
Best teams from this group.
Yeah, so
tomorrow's matchup. So the very first matchup will be taking place between Team Laos and Team Singapore, and the next one will be worth noticing. So for you guys, if you are ready and you are always like both curious about the results, stay tuned and we will see you guys tomorrow. The next one, like the last one, Team Thailand versus Team Vietnam, I think is worth waiting for, right?
True. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's matchups. It's just definitely going to be really thrilled.
Of course. So thank you for watching, and thank you again for our Prestige sponsors. This competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, thanks our prestige sponsor, Audi Q4 e-trons, strong support for RDAG tournament. Special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory. Embrace the thrill of control.
Thank you to official supporter Omen, New Omen 16, New Journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Thank you to official supporter Odo4, Odo4 M6, official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games, Be Your Own Hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for their support. At the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube and Twitch for their support.
Thank you guys, and we will see you tomorrow.
The air I bounce, we're hailing home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together. We're finding the treasure missing. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got new worlds to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive. With gold that you know and the truth that we know. You can edit it now. You choose it all. It's gonna